on our agenda is a call to order by Claire. Could you call the roll?
Glenn Erickson,
Here.
Dan Haggerty,
Here.
okay, Barbara Mathewson,
Here.
Dave Olson,
Here.
Michelle Weil,
Here.
Claire Tutot, I'm here. All six of us are here.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Claire. A note at the start of the meeting, there is a new procedure I'd like to use for people who want to speak for items on the agenda. And that is if you would send to chat you're interested in speaking on an item and just identify that particular item. So Michelle Weil on the council will collect those names, and those names will be the ones to go first when we get to that item. But after that, you will be able to use the raise hand, which you can get to on the participants menu right at the bottom. Okay, we're using our standard 3 minutes for talking time. Okay, the first item is a Board of Supervisors report and those for other government officials. Lena, I'll go with you first.
Thank you. So yes, my name is Lena Silverman, and I'm speaking on behalf of Supervisor Don Horsley's office at the County of San Mateo. So thank you for having me. My first update is about the census, which is finished, and I just want to congratulate everyone that we finished with a self-response rate of 78.6%, which is the highest rate of all counties in the state of California. So that's great, and we've had improvements in all counties and all over the county, in Pescadero, lots of different places. So that's awesome. The COVID-19 response has been ongoing. Based on the state's criteria, every county in California is assigned to a tier based on its test positivity adjusted case rate and equity metric. This past week, San Mateo County was able to move from the red tier to the less restrictive orange tier, which is great news. So thank you to everyone who has been following COVID guidelines. Thank you to everyone who has been going out and getting tested. Continuing our high rate of testing is going to be how we fight through this marathon. So the county currently has the testing capacity of 5,000 tests per week. We aren't hitting that capacity, so we have more tests than we have people who want to take them. One of the sites is stationary and one is moving throughout the county, and I will include information about where those are in the chat. I also want to let you know that the county has now started with their compliance team. I'll put details about that in the chat, but basically it's a group that will be going around and making sure that businesses are following the COVID-19 guidelines. On the topic of fire and fuel load, there was a special meeting we talked about briefly, the same date of our last MCC meeting of the Board of Supervisors. It was titled Fuel Load Reduction and Weed Eradication. Following that meeting, an ad hoc committee was created of Supervisor Kanika and Supervisor Horsley to look into this issue further. They created 9 different points that they want to focus on. They also have issued $150,000 to expand the Resource Conservation District's chipper program, and I will include information about that below. I don't want to go too much into fire because I know we have some amazing speakers later in our agenda. I want to touch on the Measure W Citizens Oversight Committee. This is a committee that looks over Measure W funding and makes sure that it's spent in ways that are consistent with the requirements of the law and consistent with the desires of the people. They are openly and actively recruiting for 2 more days until October 30th. So I will send information about applications. It'd be great to see someone from the Midcoast representing on this committee. So the Moss Beach Park is open. There will be a celebration of its opening at some point, but we kind of wanted to open it and let people enjoy it in the meantime. So when this apocalypse is over, we will celebrate that somehow. But I will include a link to more information about the park in the chat. There will be a meeting on November 4th to learn more about the Quarry Park pump track. You need to register for this meeting, so I'll put a link to the registry below, but it'll give information about pump tracks in general. You can ask questions, you can provide comments. It'll help the department finalize the design. Sid, I'll respond to your question in the chat later. And then regarding the Tunitas Creek Beach Improvement Project, there is a survey that I also will include. So there's a lot of surveys, a lot of things to sign up for. This is a survey you can share what you would like to see improved. They're especially looking for people under the age of 39 because they have not had a ton of responses, but anyone's responses are welcome and appreciated. Sorry, I'm almost done. November 3rd is right around the corner. So if you still have your mail-in ballot, you might want to consider dropping it off at a drop box or going to vote in person. I'll include information about locations for polling places, but I do want to make a special plug for the one in Moss Beach because my amazing colleague Bray Hunter is going to be volunteering as a poll worker. And on that, I want to introduce Bray if she's here, I think. She's wonderful, and she's going to give some information regarding the Midcoast Multimodal Trail, sometimes also referred to as the Parallel Trail. So if Bray's here, I'm going to send it off to her.
I believe she's here.
Right on mute.
Bray, hi, are you with us?
She just dropped off, it looks like.
She's having trouble with unmuting.
Oh, there she is.
Okay, Bray, can you hear me? She shows not muted. Let's see.
If all else fails, I can do a lesser job than she could at explaining it, but.
Well, she shows that she's here. She's dropping.
Maybe the microphone level on your computer, Bray, is set low. I've done that a few times.
Hi, Bray. You know, we can't hear you yet, Bray. It doesn't show mute. Dave, any ideas?
No, other than her microphone isn't.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so Lena, do you say you have notes there?
Yeah, I can pull up my notes. Absolutely. Cue the music while I try and find them. I know a lot of puns, but they're all dirty, so I can't give them in the meantime. Okay, where are we at?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what my technical difficulties were. But yes, I'm here to give an update on the Midcoast Multimodal Trail, also called the Parallel Trail. So for anyone who may not know about this project, just briefly, it is a 12-foot wide, 0.86 mile Class 1 bicycle and pedestrian path that will go from Coronado Road in El Granada to Murata Road also in El Granada. And it was developed from the Highway 1 Safety and Mobility Study, which was completed in 2012. And about 6 years ago, work on this specific project began. And right now we are finally in the final stages of planning. This project is a top priority for the supervisor during his last term. So our next steps and a tentative timeline for y'all is that we anticipate a signed maintenance agreement between the county and Caltrans prior to the end of this year. We also the Parks Department is currently developing the tree replacement and riparian mitigation plans. The County Real Property Department is working with the Cabrillo Unified School District to develop temporary construction easements and permanent easement agreements. We anticipate those to be completed by March or April of next year. With that, our target for advertising this project for construction bids is May or June of 2021. And we anticipate we are targeting completion for this project by winter of 2021, with the goal being November, pending any unforeseen delays or anything that might cause some delays on that. So with that, I can absolutely take any questions.
Does anyone have questions for Bray? I see that Greg Diegas does.
Okay.
Actually, I have a question for Lena, so I'll wait.
Okay. Chris, do you have a question for Ray?
No, I have a question for Bray. Yes. Bray, you said that it goes from Coronado to Murata.
Yes.
What about the section from Murata to the current end of the Naomi Patridge Trail? There's
Yeah.
still going to be
Yes,
an
so
open
that is
section.
within, so that is within Half Moon Bay City. So they are in charge of that portion of the project. We did hear from them at the most recent City County Association of Governments Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Council that they are anticipating completion of that final southern section in 2022.
Okay, I just thank you for that. I just think it's really important when making this announcement to let people know that, because it seems like, you know, it's a complete connector now, and people need to know that there's still going to be a spot where you're out on Highway 1 until that last part gets put in. And it's important that people know that, so they're not sending their kids out there all the way down to Frenchman's Creek. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up to that question from Chris, Harvey Robach is here from Half Moon Bay, and we are trying very hard to try to get the whole connection done in 2021. So I guess I would say to Harvey, if you can take back to the city whether there's an opportunity to actually move that project forward so that the whole trail could be finished complete from Half Moon Bay into El Granada in 2021. So appreciate any efforts you could do there, Harvey.
I'll do what I can, Len. The whole project is more than just the multimodal trail. It involves signals, and it's a $6 million funded project.
This is for the last 120 yards of the north section?
This is part of what we call the North Highway 1 safety funded proposal. But I will see if it's possible to get that part of the bicycle pedestrian trail done earlier than the rest of the project. I'll ask the city manager what he can do.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
So I can sort of speak to that, by the way. The pedestrian trail extension is a separate budget item in the capital improvement project. As with a number of the other capital projects slated for 2020, 2021, they are delayed due to the COVID-19 budget impacts. There was a report on that at the May 19th, 2020 City Council meeting. So it was originally scheduled in the 2018 budget for this year, but various contingencies and exigencies have moved it out. So I don't, given the budget constraints that Half Moon Bay is under, I do not see that being likely to be moved back in, and it may in fact even move out another year, depending on what happens to the budget this coming year.
Okay, appreciate the update, but also appreciate Harvey checking into it. Thank you. Dan Haggerty?
Yes, question regarding the parallel trail connections at the roads that will be crossing the trail. Is there still going to be the raised crosswalk, which is essentially a wide speed bump that will impact the flow of traffic in and out, slowing down cars, slowing down to make the turn because they're going to hit the bump, and then of course you know, the impact of the cars entering the highway. Is that still in place?
Yes, that is, and that's a safety for pedestrians measure, but that is still in the plans.
Which particular crossing are you talking about, Dan?
All of the roads that cross the parallel trail,
Okay.
at least in the new project. And I've said in the past that I'm not really supporting that. I don't think it's necessary. I think that the impacts, of course, safety is important, but there's other ways around safety. And I don't think that is a choice that we should be moving forward with.
So I think it's the case that that's an approved project. So if you wanted action, maybe on a separate item, you could bring that forward if you wanted comment from the council, but otherwise, I think we've heard your opinion. Claire Toutant?
Yes, and in relationship to what Lena said, she mentioned that there was a stationary and a mobile testing facility for the COVID testing. I believe it's a separate funding source, but there is also a stationary testing location in Half Moon Bay on Monday afternoons and evenings at the Ted Adcock Center. So people also have that option.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah, I should have mentioned there are other testing options. Those are the county ones. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. Okay, Lena, is that it for your items?
Yes, I can take
Len,
questions that there are. I think
Yeah.
Greg has a question.
Yeah, we have 3 hands raised.
Oh,
Lynn.
sorry, that, okay. Greg Diegas?
so Lena, a couple of weeks ago now, I sent an email to the Board of Supervisors after consultation with dozens of coastside residents. I subsequently found out Dan Haggerty had written Supervisor Horsley on August 24th about a suite, an entire portfolio of fire preparedness, disaster prevention issues. And so I'm wondering, since the date of the county's meeting, which Supervisor Horsley initiated, what has been done about those fire preparedness, disaster prevention issues?
Well, that's a great question. And I like your background because it's very fitting for disaster preparedness. So you get extra points. Off the top of my head, I mean, the $150,000 to chipper program is probably definitely the biggest thing that has been done. I have been working with the RCD trying to get our communication lines really in order so that we can share knowledge and get the expedited permitting process for the removal of eucalyptus is one of the big things. I know that I personally have also been taking tons of calls from people from the Midcoast, trying to get as much information I can from the personal experiences of people and what their biggest issues are and what they kind of want to see. I reviewed your document. I mean, it is a daunting task because there's several different, there's a multitude of things we need to work on. I mean, that's off the top of my head what we've worked on right now. I mean, but we're looking at County Parks is still doing what they announced at the study session. They're currently working on that. I know Nicholas Calderon could talk much better about that than I. And so we're just kind of getting things one at a time and trying to get it done.
Okay, thank you. Joanne Brooks? Joanne, hi, this is Len. You're on mute, Joanne. You have to unmute if you're trying to talk.
Thank you. It was another issue that I didn't bring up during our last meeting, but there's a bus stop on the east side of Highway 1 that none of us in Miramar have access to. I mean, there's no way to get to it safely. And anybody crossing from west to east is going to have the same problem that we have at our neighborhood. And I can't say, we had a meeting on Sunday with several members of the community and agreed that traffic and safety are a huge issue now because of the detour. And you can't see. I mean, it's hard when you're driving. It's just an accident waiting to happen, and we think that we need to have
So,
a light.
Joanne, is this, you're bringing this up to Lena as an item you would like for her to convey to the supervisor?
Yes. I'm disabled and I have no accessible means to join the coastal trail because I live on the east side of Miramar, as do a few people. I am disabled enough where I can't drag my recumbent trike through a drainage ditch. And I have been working with Caltran for 2 years now
Okay,
on a crosswalk.
okay. Thank you, Joanne. Sid Young,
Hi. Couple things. One is on Joanne's recent issue, where she said it's kind of dark and dangerous there. If Lena's going to go back to Supervisor Horsley or somebody's going to contact and be in touch with Caltrans, maybe they should just remove the tree canopy that darkens that part of the road there by the creek where that pedestrian detour is right now. That should help in the meantime. But of course, that's not going to help for her long range thing, which I support. Although I really, there's not, I wouldn't support it right at Miramar Drive because that's in that shadowy bend of the highway area, but I do support it down by Alto Avenue. Although I'm not sure that's Midcoast Community Council's thing. Anyway, the reason I got on tonight was two things. I noticed that they have proposed the Quarry Park master plan to include the pump track, and I just happened to accidentally land on the GCSD meeting a week or two ago, and they are well, a few of the neighbors are upset because they're talking about contributing community money from GCSD to the Quarry Park pump track. And they didn't put it to a vote to the neighbors that are paying for it and funding it. Plus, I know some of the neighbors that live really close by are concerned because there's such a small amount of parking there. And with the pump track, that's going to draw more people. They can't exclude it and just be for El Granada residents. It has to be for the whole entire county or anybody that wants to use it. So you could anticipate there's going to be a need for more parking. So I would just like to, mention, I think Lena put that link in the chat already about the Quarry Park pump track.
Yeah.
And then
So, Sid?
my last thing I wanted to say, it's really quick, is if anybody on the MCC knows, and it might be Claire, I saw next door that there was something about dog poo right there near the Valmar Bluffs not being picked up. And a person picked it up today, but somebody's dumping their dog poo in plastic bags where there's no receptacle. And I don't think that's Nicholas Calderon, but if that's county parks, somebody could let them know.
Okay.
Do you know who it is, Claire?
I've picked some of it up myself.
But why don't they have a receptacle there? I thought when they gave the Valmar Bluffs opportunity to build their monster homes, that they had to give that to a 501c3 or something. Who got it?
Excuse me, Sid, are you asking Lena to ask the supervisor to check in with Parks as to who has the responsibility for receptacles?
Me.
I'm just asking if that's what you wanted from your comment. Is that what you were requesting of Lena?
My comment was addressing if anybody knows whether it's San Mateo County Parks or some other entity, which if you go on the MCC website and you look up the Valmar Bluffs project, it said that conservation easement had to be put into a nonprofit and not be controlled by the developer, but somebody needs to.
It is being managed by an outside organization, but I think that's more of a public comment issue.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I thought we were on public comment.
No, we're not. We're still on.
Okay. Pardon me.
Okay, Chris Johnson.
I will answer that part of it is county parks.
Thank you. We're going to now go to Chris Johnson. Chris represents the community on the Quarry Park pump track and has updates.
Thanks, Len. Yes, I think Lena and Sid just mentioned the pump track. So right, on October 12th, the San Mateo County Parks Quarry Park Pump Track Subcommittee met to review some preliminary renderings of pump track designs for Quarry Park. We looked at 3 different renderings. So these are not full plans with total elevations and all the design elements built in. These are renderings to get a concept renderings. And so I wanted to give the MCC and the community update on what's going on with that. So we looked at these 3 different plans. In broad strokes, there's only really one difference between the 3 plans. They all have these same features, which is an outside larger ring that has a variety of skills features in the ring as you go around, including pump features, which are bumps like this, not jumps, pump features, rock gardens, logs, bridges, and banked turns. And so that's in an outside ring, if you can envision that. Then within that, there are 2 additional smaller rings. One is a very small ring for small children, people just learning to ride, kids on push bikes, that has some of these same elements, but in a smaller scale. And then the third ring, the second ring inside the larger ring, is intermediate expert ring that has a variety of features and different routes. And that is the only thing that is different amongst the 3 plans. So I gave the plans to Len. I think he's posted them on the website, or Dave had. The only difference between those 3 plans is the intermediate expert track and what the design of it. Things that were discussed include fencing. What kind of fencing would be around there? Would there be fencing all the way around it? Entry points into the main area, and then access points across the outside track to get to the 2 inside tracks. Whether there would be picnic tables inside the larger track as well as outside. There was a general discussion of rules such as helmets and no other activities on the track and things like that. But this wasn't a rules discussion. This was a look at the track, these renderings, so that we could then bring it to the public for public comment. So the contractor listened to comments we made about entrances and different features. And so a modified set of these renderings is currently being prepared for the meeting that Lena mentioned, which is going to be on November 4th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. I saw on the MCC website, the flyer for that meeting is up there. You want to register for that meeting ahead of time, and it's kind of a long URL. So check out the flyer on the MCC website to get that URL. Register ahead of time. Some other things that were discussed were drainage. Drainage is going to be a main component of this, and there was several different measures discussed for drainage. And let's see. For more information, you can go to the Quarry Park page of the San Mateo County Parks website, which again is kind of a long, non-intuitive URL. So if you just type into your web browser San Mateo County Parks, and then go to that and go look for Quarry Park, you will find that information. So November 4th, public meeting to discuss the latest version of the plans. What I just want to put up to people, what is not up for debate at this point is that there will be a pump track and the location. Those 2 things are pretty much have been decided. Sid is right. At last week on the 15th, excuse me, GCSD did vote 5-0 to support the plan. I don't think that they need to take it to a vote of their constituency. They have a board. They have Parks Powers. The board just voted 5-0 to support it. So I think that that's a legal decision. And so that's where GCSD is. I can answer any questions if anybody has any.
Okay. Sid, do you have a question for Chris?
Yes, Chris, the board voted to support the pump track. I understand that, but what about making a financial contribution to the county out of the GCSD budget? Doesn't that need to be voted on? And what about parking?
I'm not an expert on GCSD bylaws, but probably there's several people listening to this meeting right now that are more expert, but I believe that based on Measure G, that they have Parks and Rec Authority, and they can make budget assignments and then vote on that for their board, and that is the deciding body. That is my understanding. I could be wrong on that, Sid, but that's how I understand.
And then what about the parking? Because that was a big concern that was brought up, that there's already not that much parking, and the overflow parking goes out into the neighborhood and disturbs the other neighbors.
That's a good question and something to bring up at the meeting, but I'm glad you raised that because yes, several different ideas about parking were mentioned. Nothing was decided and there's no plan, but I'll just give you a couple of the ideas that were discussed. And I know you were on that meeting, so you heard what one of them is, that there be signage saying if you are coming with a bike or to use the pump track, you don't park here, you park in some other auxiliary parking lot that could be at El Granada Elementary or something like that. And then you ride your bike over to Quarry Park. So those are some ideas. Expanding the parking lot by restriping and adding a few more spots. It's definitely a concern, and it's something that Parks Director Calderon said will be considered as we go forward. So that's what we need to hear at the public meeting is not that people are concerned about parking. That has already been noted, but let's bring the ideas. What ideas do we have? Like an auxiliary parking lot and you ride your bike to Quarry Park from there. That's an idea. We need more of those ideas.
Well, I guess that sounds like a good idea unless the school opposes it. But I did see on the Quarry Park master plan, there was a little red square for a little bit extra parking. But I guess if people are coming from all over the county, you might anticipate that you're going to need more than that. But thanks. I'll try to see if I can go on that meeting later.
Yeah.
Dan Haggerty, do you have a question for Chris?
Yes, thank you, Chris, for giving us the update there.
Yeah.
So I do have a question. You mentioned that there were no jumps. Just wanted to hear, I haven't been able to follow all the meetings. I'm just curious. I know that when I was a kid, the racetracks that we had, good jumps, and that was like that was the element of the whole BMX.
Right.
And so today, here we are, 40 years later, 50,
Ouch.
45 years later.
Yeah.
What's the take on jumps? Is it like a safety thing that it's, we don't want kids jumping, or what's
so that's a good question, Dan. So one of the things that we talked about was terminology, because Director Calderon referred to a stretch of these pump elements, which are humps, right, that look like jumps. And he referred to it as a jump line. And a few of us said, hold on. That's the kind of thing that's going to worry people. This is a pump track, which is a skills track. There is a possibility that someone that is exceptionally skillful can carry air off of these humped elements, but they are made at such a degree of angle and a distance away from each other that is not the intention. The intention is to ride over them in a pumping fashion, to work the legs so that when you're out on a trail on a single track, you are working your whole body flowing on the trail. That is what a pump track is for. It's not. So we also discussed that there would not be any official competitions. And in fact, it's not a race course. It's not a BMX track. There's no such thing as pump track teams or pump track competitions. This is exclusively a skills development facility. And nobody that I know has any intent. In fact, one of the rules we discussed was no racing, and there wouldn't be any official racing, but people get next to each other, like you said, Dan, and it's like, let's do this thing. Well, no, there's no racing. It's going to be just like a skate park where it just kind of works itself out. You're going to go now. Okay, drop in. Okay, we're watching him drop in. Now you go. That is the vibe, and that is what pump tracks are all about. And so, like I said, there will be occasionally a really skilled person whose tires will leave the ground, but it is not a jumps course. People are not to jump on it, and that is not the intention or the purpose of these features.
And that is the pretty much what 100% of the users are asking for, or is it broken up?
There are other places in the hills where people go, and when you are talking jumping, you are talking like 3, 4, 5 foot high elements that have a literal gap that you can walk between that's shoulder high. That when you see something like that, that's a jumps course, and there's a few of them in the hills, and the kids that want to do those big jumps, they go there. This is a community skills development installation for families, for kids, for old people like me that need work on their balance. I'm looking forward to it to develop my skills. I can go on a myriad of other trails to catch air.
And the fencing, can you tell me what was discussed and, really options for not having fencing, so landscaping or some kind of, just landscape element that could, be less, structural, more, keep it more open, is,
So yeah,
talk
sure.
about the fencing.
What was discussed was kind of a 2/3 semicircle split rail kind of along the road there, and then kind of curving, maybe a quarter of a turn on the top part of and the bottom part of the course, because there's natural elevation elements and tree line on the other side that would kind of act as a barrier. So a split rail fence with a couple of openings, maybe some picnic tables on the outside of that split rail fence, and then possibly as well, in addition to a vegetated swale as part of the drainage measures, a vegetated swale that people could sit on, but that would also be kind of a barrier.
And as far as the
Thank you,
parking, are you
Dan.
gonna be
Dan,
able
your
to
time is,
influence
Dan,
that,
you're
or is
past
that
time.
only
Dan,
Nicholas Calderon regarding
Dan?
parking?
Dan, your time is up. I'm going to have to go to other speakers. Thank you. Okay.
I think it's pretty rude, but
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
you're a minute
Go ahead.
over.
I'll just put my hand up again.
No, I'm not going to that. We're going to go to the next item, which is the active transportation plan. We have Joel Sleevett from the county to speak about that. Joel, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Yes, good evening, council members. I'm here to let you know that the County of San Mateo is thrilled to release its first ever draft active transportation plan for the unincorporated county and is currently taking public comment on it through November 9th. The plan, and actually, as I recall, I think Julia Malmo-Laycock came out right before the pandemic started, gave a presentation when we were in the process of developing the plan. So I believe some of you may have heard some of this before, but the plan will serve as the county's community-driven vision for improving walking and bicycling conditions in its unincorporated pockets. It represents the culmination of 18 months of extensive community outreach and technical analysis, leading to recommendations for improved pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure, along with support programs to provide equitable access, safety, and comfort for people of all ages and ability. The county is looking for public feedback to know if we got it right. There are a number of opportunities for members of the public to become informed about and share feedback on the draft plan. You can visit walkbikesmc.org to listen to a brief presentation, view and provide comments directly in an interactive PDF of the plan. And you can sign up for plan email updates as well. We also have posted a recent Facebook Live session that was recorded on our website roughly a week ago. And we've had a few different informal virtual pop-in meetings as well. And unfortunately, during the pandemic, we're not able to do the same level of in-person outreach as we have had in the past. After the public comment period closes on November 9th, the county will make revisions incorporating public comment and present a final draft plan to the County Board of Supervisors in early winter 2021 for adoption. It will most likely happen in January. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. On the MCC website, we have a blog post that will link you to the information Joel talked about. Thanks very much. Okay. Harvey Rohrback, you're here, I believe. Could you speak for Half Moon Bay?
I'll be glad to, Len. Thank you.
Len, I had my hand up to speak with that on that last item, if that's okay, before Harvey.
Sid, we're running way behind and there's a lot of things on it. So respectfully.
Can I just ask him if it includes the bicycle edges of the Highway 1, because some of them are very narrow, especially through Devil's Slide. That's all I wanted to know.
So
You could check the plan on the website.
Yeah, can I speak or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yes, we do actually have a bike network map, which is, I believe, in a It's in chapter 3 in the bikeway recommendations, and along Highway 1, we do have segments of the parallel trail on it from pretty much from the northern Half Moon Bay city limits up through the end of Montara.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Harvey?
Thanks, Lynn. I'm pleased to announce that last week the City Council enacted the land use plan after 7 years of development. This is a policy document that will pretty much for the next 10 or 15 years at least describe how Half Moon Bay and some of the coast side is going to look, and what kind of development we do and don't want. So that is really a monumental achievement. It's going to go to the Coastal Commission next for their certification. I'm sure they're going to have things to say, but our staff has worked with the Coastal Commission staff, so we should have fairly clear sailing. One of the things I think that the Midcoast is most interested in is the Surf Dunes PUD, and the land use plan that we adopted has no changes from the 1996 PUD specific plan. That PUD is suitable for equestrian, agriculture, related agriculture, and residential uses. So we hope that we'll be able to keep that area the way it is. I know there's a lot of interest in that. We received a petition that had over 3,000 signatures that were concerned. So that's a major achievement. The other thing I wanted to mention was that on Sunday, there was a memorial service that was attended by a few of the MCC council members for John Lynch, who died at the age of 95. He was a real champion of the coast side, and it's going to be a great loss. I imagine a lot of you know, you saw him around with his Santa hat on his scooter. He collected signatures for the tunnel he collected 18,000 signatures to get the county to agree not to support the bypass and to build the tunnel through Devil's Slide. So the coast side is really indebted to the hard work and the good cheer of John Lynch. And I just wanted to mention that before I finished.
Gotcha.
Anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Okay, thank you, Harvey.
Thank you, Len.
Okay, next we're going to go to item 2. That's public comment for items that are not on the agenda. Michelle, did you get any requests for that item?
No, nothing for public content
Okay.
that I saw. It
I
looks like
see.
Sid and Greg have
Yeah, I
their hand
see
raised
2
though.
hands up there. So Sid, we're really running quite short on time. So if you could try to keep your time to 2 minutes or less, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead, Sid, you have to unmute.
I thought I did. I just noticed that the chipper program is scheduled to be in Montara/Moss Beach on November 6th. However, it's really only going to be on Sunshine Valley Road part of November 6th. So I called, I forgot, Sidhu, forgot her name. Anyway, I called, what?
Sheena,
Sheena Sidhu.
S-H-E-N-A.
Yeah, Sheena Sidhu today, and she said that this will be the last program for this year. So people in Moss Beach that kind of got the short change can probably make arrangements to take their sticks and, you know, yard debris to be chipped over to Montara. There's several streets they're doing in Montara. Sunshine Valley Road was the only street they're going to be doing that's part of Moss Beach this time, but they'll start up again in the spring. And oh God, there was one other thing. Oh yeah, I did notice when I was listening in on the Half Moon Bay land use plan that they do not have any emergency evacuation as part of that plan. So that can get kicked down the road, just so everybody knows. Thanks.
Thank you. Greg Diegas.
I just wanted to mention as a kind of a meta item here, an overarching concern. I'm pleased to see the MCC has a number of fire and disaster related items on its agendas going forward. But we really have potentially 24 action items that need to be overseen and managed. And I'm hoping, requesting that the MCC going forward will produce a kind of document to track these things so that Lena and whoever else is going to report has a framework to deliver progress on. Among other things, I'm surprised to hear the county still hasn't decided to put somebody in charge. So I did notice that on prior years, there was something called MCC Work Plan Priorities documents that was created every year, but it was stopped for the last 2 years. So I'm going to ask that as a matter of process, the MCC consider adopting something like that as a management framework for tracking what the county is doing and not doing on what I view as our most important survival issue. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. Just as a note on that, as you know, we're about to have Rich Sampson speak on our agenda, and Jonathan Cox will come at our next meeting. This will, as well as Nicholas Calderon, will be present. I expect that Don Horsley will be here in December, both to swear people in, but also to give us an update. And I think what Greg is really bringing up is important, but probably will fall to the next council to determine how to approach something at a large systematic basis, such as he's describing. Claire.
Just wanted to tell you, Greg, that we did have a priorities and action plan in 2019, and I believe we at least did a portion of that in 2020, just to let you know.
The full treatment of it fell victim both to the pump track at the opening of the year and then COVID. So we did not complete that.
And it's worth adding that we developed that at the council retreat, which is normally at the end of January or early February, so the new council can participate.
Okay. Let's see. Any other announcements that people have? Okay. Then we'll move on to our regular agenda. First up on our agenda is Chief Rich Sampson with CAL FIRE. He's going to talk further on fire danger, and I asked him to give.
Wait a minute, didn't we have minutes on the consent agenda?
We did. You are right, Dave. I skipped right past it. We have the consent agenda with approving the minutes for October 14th. So I have a motion to approve.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Second.
I offer an amendment to that.
Go ahead.
An amendment to the effect that Joanne Brooks's name is misidentified, and I'd like to correct that.
Okay. Is that a spelling change?
It basically, yeah.
Okay. So I think we would consider it okay to approve, and you'll make the spelling change.
Mm-hmm.
I'll second the amendment.
Okay. Claire, could you call roll?
We're voting to approve the minutes as amended.
Yes.
Len?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
And I vote yes, it's 6-0.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Without further introduction, I'm going to turn the speaking over to Rich Sampson. And Dave, have you given him control of the screen?
Yes. Rich, if you're not able to share, let me know and we'll try and figure it out.
Let me see. I think you can hear me okay now.
We can see and hear you.
All right. Good evening. Let me do the always difficult part of sharing the screen. Let's see if it'll work this time. And do you see part of a PowerPoint up?
Yes.
We do.
I'll go into starting that. There we go. Hopefully it's still a PowerPoint. Good evening. My name is Rich Sampson. I'm a forester with CAL FIRE. I'm the unit forester for the San Mateo Santa Cruz unit, and my office is down in Felton in Santa Cruz, but I'm a coastside resident. And I've been working on the coast side either as a private forester or as with CAL FIRE since about 1984. It's home. So fire on the coast side. This fire here, I mean, we're pretty much going to be talking about eucalyptus and El Granada. In 1929, there were five or six, I believe there were 5 different fires, all going at about the same time. November 22nd is the date of this article, and one of the fires was burning up on Montero Mountain and burned down into the Quarry Park eucalyptus grove and essentially took it out. This was it's hard to find these accounts, but it shows that on this coast side that we've had a fire history. Here's a map of the records that we have of historical fires. Unfortunately, it's not very complete because a lot of records were destroyed in the 70s and 80s during certain people's binges on cleaning out warehouses. Unfortunately, that's the only excuse I can come up with. But we're actively searching for additional perimeter files so we can add to this map. What you can see here is this blue section up here up on top. I don't know if you can see my cursor up there or not, is the Montero fire that was mentioned in the previous article, and there were other fires around the peninsula at the same time. The last largest fire that we've had on the coast side was in 1961 when we had about 3,400 acres in the Gauzes drainage that burnt within the footprint of this fire this summer, but basically from the Gauzes Creek Mountain Camp on down into White House Canyon. It was a standard timber fire. That same period, this was a winter fire, so we had a drought going on and north wind events. There were several other fires, including the Austrian Gulch fire over in the Lexington Reservoir area. So even up on Montero Mountain, Mount San Bruno, but also in the Skylonda area, there was a fire off of the Native Sons Road area that was about 1,300 acres. The biggest fire prior this summer on record that we've had was in 1948 of about 15,000 acres on the Pine Mountain area around Big Basin. Since then, looking at those previous large fires, the big difference was there were very few residences in the burn areas compared to now. Most of the land that burnt was vacant land, no structures. If it was structure that was lost, it might have been a small sawmill that was probably shut down or small cabins, not like we have now where we have single family residences, 4,000 square feet in the middle of the fire area and whole subdivisions of them. Now the traditional fire in the San Mateo Santa Cruz unit is less than 1/4 of an acre, which we get about 80 fires a year like that. Less than 2% exceed 10 acres. So over time, we've been known as an area that it just doesn't burn. And unfortunately, a lot of the agencies and a lot of the public has gotten into the impression that it just won't burn here and it's perfectly safe. Not a good mindset to have. This is the footprint of this last summer's fire, 86,000 acres. And it burnt essentially from Lomomar down to just north of UCSC. And most of that fire growth was in about a 9-hour period when it consumed about 43,000 acres. So what's different? Well, we got a lot more people, which means a lot more risk of fire starts, because if you look at the statistics, over 95% of the fires that occur are human caused. Granted, this last one was not human caused, and it wasn't a company that caused it. It was Mother Nature. It was a lightning series, which is extremely rare for us. We only get about 2 of those lightning series a year. Every 2 years we get a lightning series like that would actually start a fire. The rest of them are during the winter time, and it doesn't go anywhere. Climate change has happened. It's here. There's still some disagreement over it, but in my opinion, as a forester in my training, I'm seeing climate change. It's hotter, it's drier, and the fire season's longer. Used to be fire season here, started in October, and it was ended when the rain fell, probably in mid-November. The last two large fires that we've had here, the Lockheed fire, which was 8,000 acres, that was in July, and this year's fire was in August. So it's different. Had 100 years of heavy suppression efforts with very little burning occurring. So the fuel loads have increased. So more people, more structures, more assets at risk, and heavier fuels. The vegetation fuel loads changed through all that. The other climate change, and not just for climate change, is wind. The big issue for us when we have large wildfires is we have wind. We've had a lot of fires during red flag periods where very low humidities, very high temperatures, but we didn't have wind and the fires stayed small. And we've seen that several times over the last couple of years. But with high winds, in the middle, we have an outline of the Oakland Hills fire. That's probably the most similar fire that we would have to a fire, say, in the Quarry Park area. That was a north wind event. That was October, I believe, around October 19th in 1990s. It started up on top of the ridge, and when you have a north wind event, or a phone wind or a diabolo wind, it's a high pressure gradient going to low pressure areas, high elevation winds dropping down, and as you drop elevation, the temperature increases, humidity decreases, and the winds increase. So basically it blew that fire downhill through the eucalyptus and through the subdivision. And if you can see down these ridges, it was all lined where you can start coming through the community where all the homes were. More on that later when we start looking at El Granada. High winds, let's see, 2 summers ago on the Carr fire, unheard of winds. A meteorology crew from San Jose State was at the Carr fire up in Redding, and it's when they had that, well, they called it the Firenado, but basically they clocked winds of 149 miles an hour in that fire, and that was a north wind event. This pipe here, that's this water pipe, this pipe was blown by that and wrapped around this tree during that event. This is a drawing basically showing what happens when you high pressure area, winds are blowing toward the low pressure. Unfortunately, it's a very poor graphic, but as it gets over the top of the hill and starts dropping down to the other side, the speed picks up and the conditions pick up to more appropriate for fire. Used to be on the coast, we probably had about a 3 to 5 day window when we could have large fire events. I would say we're looking at this summer, we've probably had 2 to 3 weeks where we could have had those wind events. We've already seen 2 red flag, actually, I believe 3 red flag conditions this summer. That's unheard of. Eucalyptus. So eucalyptus, it came from Australia. They brought it over early 1900s, late 1800s. And they had a great plan. They had several species they wanted to bring over, about 5 of them, and they wanted to have lumber out of them. They wanted to have special for landscaping, but they also wanted to have railroad ties. Unfortunately, they didn't bring any of the right species over. They picked the wrong ones. They're not very good for railroad ties. They're definitely not good for lumber, and they grow big and fast. The type that is most common over here is the Eucalyptus globulus with the large leaves, very dense canopies. Will easily get on the coast side over 100 feet, probably 150 feet tall. We've seen growth rates from sprouts of 14 vertical feet a year. We look at radial growth of the stand when they put windrows in on the average of 1 foot per year radial expansion. So in other words, if you have a 50-foot wide windrow, after 40 years, it'll be 80 feet wider if you're not controlling it. Problem with the eucalyptus leaves and the bark is it sheds prolifically, forming deep duff layers. The other part is the chemical properties on the leaves. It produces a very high combustible oil. but it also has some chemical effects that prevents fungus from growing in the duff layer. Duff layers, if you look in the redwoods, if you look in oak areas, it's usually fairly thin. And that's because there's fungus breaking down, natural fungus breaking down the duff layer so it stays thin. That doesn't happen in eucalyptus. The fungus is killed. And so that's why it gets 2 to 5 to 6 feet deep in places. It won't break down. As far as habitat, it's not a very diverse habitat. In fact, it's almost sterile for some biologists as they walk through the stand. The good news is once you clear the stand and you stop the leaves from falling, in about 6 months, those chemical effects go away and you can start seeing a recovery. This on the upper is coastal chaparral. That's the native vegetation on the coastal hillsides, unless it's grass and coastal shrub. That's what we should have. It's maybe up to 6 feet deep. It's on these thin soils. It will tolerate drought very well. It also, and it will burn, but it does not have anywhere near the fuel load as eucalyptus. It doesn't burn as fast as eucalyptus. It doesn't alter the landscape and the habitats like eucalyptus. The lower picture shows eucalyptus starting in on a hill slope with more native around it. Another issue are pines, both of which, pine and eucalyptus is what we have up on Quarry Park. Pine is, yes, Monterey pine is a native species, but there are very few native stands in San Mateo and Santa Cruz County. Most of them were down around Ano Nuevo and Point South. Most of the pine growing in San Mateo County is introduced, and they're hybrids, hybrid between, say, Monterey and another species to make more hardier species. Unfortunately, they have very short lifespans. Really, they start mortality at about 30 years. They start thinning out, and as you can see from the upper picture, where you can see a lot of the bole and a lot of dead branches, there's a lot of dead fuel in those stands. We have a lot of 60 and 80-year-old pine stands, and some of those burnt down in the fire that we had this summer. They finally had a replacement. So I would say next year we're gonna have a lawn of new pine out there. So you can see from the lower pictures, they burn quite well. When you see on the pictures from the fires that we had this summer, trees torching out, those are usually pine trees. So what can we do to counter this whole fire hazard? Have evacuation plans. I think that there's going to be a better discussion on that at the next MCC meeting. Chief Cox will be coming to discuss that. They'll talk about zone haven and some of the new plans for that. You can create temporary refuge areas, TRAs, where if you can't evacuate all the way out of the area, you can go to an area that would be relatively safe until the fire front passes or the blockage in your evacuation route is removed, and then you can then escape. And you have to maintain them, just like the defensible space. Your evacuation routes, your defensible space around your home and around your roads have to be maintained, and it's a long-term effort. You can't just go in and get a grant, clear a shaded fuel break, and expect that to stay for years and years. You're going to have to go out there about at least every 2 years, possibly every 3 years, and re-clear it. It won't be as difficult unless you let it go for 10 years. We're going to need to change how we look at vegetation. Back in the 80s, one of the first projects I had out of college was actually harvesting eucalyptus in Quarry Park when it was private. And it was interesting on how many people had to save those trees. You couldn't cut any of them. It's a little different attitude right now toward those eucalyptus trees. So there is some change that's occurred, but we need to even look more back to maintaining vegetation and what vegetation we want. I'm still receiving ads from realtors and landscape companies showing how pretty it is for some of these different plants to put in my yard and how easy it is to maintain them. But I look at them and they're not very fire safe. And that's something that we need to be looking at from here on out. A group like San Mateo Fire Safe has been working on this problem for about 32 years, and input on the Fire Safe Council helps direct efforts towards some of these projects, and that's something I would encourage you. Let's talk about eucalyptus removal. So you can either thin it or you can clear it. The upper picture is showing a thinning operation, the governor's project last year in Quarry Park, where we brought heavy equipment out and we masticated, we chipped it, but it was an understory removal. The large boles were left, the large trees are left. The problem is not gone, has not been removed. It's been greatly mitigated, but it is still going to be creating duff. It's still going to be creating bark and the deep duff layers, and the leaves are still going to be falling with the chemicals. The lower picture shows a project in in Wonderlick Park that occurred last year ago, where 16 acres of eucalyptus was completely removed. It was clear cut. The upper picture, that project there, the cost differences of the upper picture was about $4,000 to the acre to do that project. The lower one was over $120,000 to the acre to do that project. The big issue is dealing with the large trees. There's so much massive material that's so big that you have to reduce it down to chips and either remove it or stabilize it. And that's not cheap. The other issue is this was in the park, away from the homes. How do you deal with this when you have structures in this same stand? Your costs are going to go way up because you're basically going to have to bring those trees down around the homes in pieces, which means you're going to have to bring a crane out there. So a complete removal project for, say, El Granada or any of the other areas where we have eucalyptus in the neighborhood, it's a huge project. It's going to take many years, even if you can get through the permit system, but it's something that we need to be working toward. So it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting. We've taken over 100 years, or more like 120 years to get to this position. It's going to take us a long time to get back out of it. We have rules right now still against removing those large trees. You have to go through a lengthy permit process. There's a lot of effort. The RCD and the county is working together, and several other agencies with Fire Safe are working to try to change some of those rules to try to streamline that, but we're not there yet. And again, we can't quite just go out and get a grant and solve it. Grants are pilot projects. To finish this, it's going to take, we're looking at millions of dollars to deal with this over the whole coastline. And then it has to be maintained. There's also going to be follow-up. Eucalyptus, once it's removed, is going to immediately sprout back if you don't remove the entire root system, which right now, as unpalatable it is, the most effective way of handling that is herbicide. You have to go back in and treat the stumps. In the end, you need to decide what you want, say, in 10 years. This is not a one-year project. This is a 10-year project. What are your goals? Do you want to have coastal shrub for the main vegetation? Do you want something else? Do you want lawns everywhere? Do you want some eucalyptus left? That all has to be looked at before you dive into this. But it's a mistake to start it unless you know what you want at the end, because you're going to change what you do, and it's going to be very expensive to change in the middle. Let's talk about roads and evacuation routes. Public roads, private roads, it really doesn't matter. There's a lot of private roads out there that are major evacuation routes. What we look at is anytime you have more than 2 structures at the end of a private road, it's a road that needs to meet certain standards for evacuation. Looking at this picture above, this is a picture in Montera. And look how the vegetation is 2 different types of vegetation. You got the eucalyptus and pine on one side, and then you have the cypress on the other. Both are very flammable in the right conditions. If you have red flag conditions and it's dried out, especially with the high temperatures we've had this summer, and then you throw some wind on it, add fire, you're going to have flames very similar to what you see in the lower picture. That's brush around Butte County. This has more fuel in the coast side. It just only dries out every so often. Imagine trying to get out of there at 2 o'clock in the morning with your family, leaving your house in your SUV, trying to get through that. For that, you need to have some type of clearance on both sides. More on that in a bit. Evacuation, the key on that is leave early. If you wait, say, oh, I'm going to wait, it's not going to happen, not going to happen. then you have problems like we've seen in the other failed evacuations where people have died. They moved close to 80,000 people out of the lightning fires this summer in San Mateo, Santa Cruz, both counties. Only worked because of the new system they had, and it was able to meter the traffic. But can you, and we've all been talking about, I've seen the comments, what happens on Highway 1 when everybody jumps on it at once? The sooner you leave, the less chance you have of having that be a problem. There's a lot of questions about, hey, I need an evacuation map. Show me where to go. Thing is, and I'll show you this on the map a little bit later, is where's the fire? Every fire is different. It's a dynamic situation. We can't say, oh, you can always drive down this road and you're going to go to safety. It could be there's fire down that road. The wind may shift and you may have to go a different way. So evacuation is a very dynamic subject. More on that next week or at the next meeting. Here's about clearance. This is what we're asking in the wildland for clearance on private roads. 10 feet each side, 15 feet tall. Basically, if that's cleared like that, and I'm not talking about removing, like if you have redwood trees or oak trees inside that 10 feet, you're just going to limb them up and you're going to take care of the ground fuels. But you need to have something that, one, is not going to be on fire like the previous, like this picture, and two, it's good for you for evacuation. It's also something that is critical for us for when we're fighting fire. We need a safe place where we can have the engine start out and know we can start putting line into the fire zone. We have to have the clearance to start from. Otherwise, we got to go way further back and start earlier. Public roads, there's been a lot of work in the last several years. I have to compliment County Roads and Caltrans. They've done a lot of work that wasn't happening before. There's a lot more to do. Private roads, that's a weak point, and that's something that we're going to be approaching the different agencies to talk about how we can deal with that in the future to get people to maintain their private roads. There's been a lot of money thrown at this. There's been a lot of Measure K money that came into these projects over the last year. We've got engines that we're putting on these projects during the wintertime. We are going to move forward. Unfortunately, COVID came and took a lot of that money away, but I'm pretty sure that over the next year or so, as things come back to normal, we're going to have funding to get back out there and continue this. But it has to happen. And let me go to, hopefully, do you see a Google map now?
Yes.
So this is the current Google image. Well, this is probably from a couple years ago of the coast side. And obviously this is Quarry Park and here's El Granada. So when I was discussing earlier fires, like that Montera fire started up here in Montera and basically burned south. And as you saw that earlier map, a lot of the fires that you'll see are kind of long and thin, and they're pretty much north to south in the orientation. To me, that's showing that they're all wind driven, and that's what it usually happens. That's what it takes to get fire to go on the coast side here. So in some of the fire severity zone maps, looking at the fire hazard and fire threat maps that we've been looking at and a lot of the scenarios we've run, in San Mateo County, what's been identified so far as the highest priority area is this Quarry Park area. You have topography aligned, you have the vegetation aligned for a north wind event that come down off of this ridge. If a fire gets into the stand with a north wind event and high winds, it's going to get into the canopy. Once it's into that canopy, we're not stopping it. And it's just like the summer fire. Once it got going, once it got off the ground and into the canopy and you have 40, 45 mile-an-hour winds on it, all you can do is get out of the way and get the population out of the way. You cannot suppress that fire. You can't even use aircraft above 45 miles an hour. The retardant just gets blown away. So what we see is flames coming off of here and blowing embers. There was a 1956 fire in this same stand. The reports I've seen in the paper talk about embers landing in Main Street in Half Moon Bay, 5 miles south. So what you're going to do is an ember cast down into the subdivision down in here, plus the homes that are up in the eucalyptus stands. That's where the problem is. There's several hundred homes that are at threat from this stand. I mentioned that this is probably the highest threat that we're looking at in the county. It's not the only threat. This is a eucalyptus stand. These dark green areas are all eucalyptus stands. This is the Spanish Town area where we had a fire back in 2008 that went to 15 acres in Half Moon Bay. Fortunately, there's not much south of that. They were able to keep it in the stand. It didn't go to where the homes were on the backside. This is all eucalyptus up here in Montera, eucalyptus and cypress. This is a very heavy threat area. What do we have here? High elevation, ridges are lined up. If we have a north wind event and we get a start into here, it will pretty much have the same effect, but maybe not quite as bad as Quarry Park. Here are the stands up here in Pacifica that's a concern. The difference is the stands up here in Pacifica are on the north side of the ridge. You have a north wind event, it's going to blow through the town, hit this stand, and blow it up to the hill. Not much threat, not many assets at risk up here on top of the hill. Now these stands in the town, that's different. There's homes all through here. That's going to be a problem. So I would be putting my efforts on these stands. Sorry about that. Apologies. Before I start looking at these stands here in the county park or up here on the Coastal Conservancy lands. These have homes inside of them. Same thing as you go down the coast. Eucalyptus, eucalyptus. All these dark sections are eucalyptus stands all the way down the coast through Pescadero. Those are all risks. But you don't have the high population that you have up here below Quarry Park. That's why that's a high standard. We even have the same problems up here in Hillsborough. Mount San Bruno has some of the same issues, but slightly different conditions that make it less risk. So that's why eucalyptus and the pine stands on Quarry Park have been targeted for years as a high fire hazard area. It's a problem that's not going to go away next year or probably in 3 or 4 years. It's something that's going to take a long time, a lot of effort, and some creative thinking to figure out how it's going to be paid for. And with that, I guess I can open it up for questions. Should I leave this up or should I take this, stop sharing the screen?
I tell you, for right now, Rich, why don't you leave it up in case we want to make reference to it?
Okay.
So before we start here, I wanted to ask Michelle, did anyone request to talk on this topic?
No, no one has requested.
Okay. So for people, so I would like to see a show of hands of people who would like to ask questions. If you'd put them up for now, first we're going to go to the council, and I'm going to give each council member in turn 2 minutes to ask any clarifying questions they might have. So I will go first to Claire.
I think it was a very interesting presentation. I will hold off on questions right now.
Thank you, Claire. Dave?
Nothing from me.
Barb?
Thank you. It was great to see this presentation again. I wish every coast-sider could see it. Thank you very much.
Dan?
Yes. Hey, Rich, I want to just thank you to no ends for your presentation tonight. Really important and very, very informative. So yes, I do have quite a few questions, and if you could just
2 minutes, Dan.
do your best to respond very briefly, otherwise Len will cut me off. So you touched on what I wrote down was kind of like a fuse line effect when there's high winds and the casting embers. I was pretty concerned with the South San Francisco fire, and there are a lot of eucalyptus on the other side of the hill, and knowing which the prevailing winds and the prevailing direction. I wanted to just see if you could just say quickly about, hey, we're all in this. The whole region is in this together, and it's not just taking care of our part, but every part. And Cal Fire is your jurisdiction is pretty wide. So can you do you agree that under the high wind, Diablo winds, that a fire over the hill can essentially follow a fuse line and send embers our way?
I'd say I mean, I'm not going to rule it out. It's possible. There's less of a risk of a fire coming from the other side of the hill than there is something started on this side, say up in Quarry Park or maybe up in Montera.
Okay, fair enough. And then other species of concern besides eucalyptus. I understand junipers. I actually am trimming one of mine right now that they tend to kind of hold that dead needles on the inside of the bush. I understand Italian cypress as well is not really. Are there any trimming recommendations? We don't want to have a barren environment over here, but at the same time, we want to do proactive, proper trimming and maintenance, as you said.
Trimming them up to have healthy is a lot better than having the non-healthy and having the dead fuels underneath. So that's a good thing. I mean, juniper and the cypress that we have is probably not the best species to choose to have across your property for, say, hedges and such. What I would say is none of that will live forever. And at some point, you may have the opportunity to change. And at that point, you really want to consult an expert to talk about what you want to change it to, that maybe make it a better choice for that landscape.
Okay, and I understand you may not be able to comment on this, but I've heard over and over that eucalyptus is not good for lumber. I'm curious as to the science behind that, and then also, could they be used for the logs? Could they be used for log cabins, maybe in park settings? Because there is it's going to be a lot of trunks that'll need to be removed, and like you said, start thinking out of the box, being creative. Do you have any comments on that?
I'm not going to rule it out, but the globulus likes to dry out and crack and twist, and part of it is it's twisted as it grows, and so that doesn't work very well to keep something that's very stable for a long-term structural piece.
Thank you very much.
It was used for pulp. I mean, when they were logging it in the 80s, we had a pulp mill up in Antioch, and LP had it, and they were actually making a profit moving the eucalyptus chips up there. I think it was like 10% of the brown paper bag mix. Unfortunately, before the 90s hit, that mill was shut down, and now there's really no market for it unless you ship it out to a cogen plant in the valley.
And do you have any quick comments on
Dan-
priority of
Dan,
action?
you- Dan,
Priority of action. Just
Dan-
last one.
No,
Glenn,
Dan,
please.
you're way over.
Glenn, no.
You'll get more
Glenn.
time later. Dan?
All right, I'll ask it later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn.
Okay, Michelle, do you have any questions or comments?
No, I just wanted to thank Rich for the presentation. It's my second time seeing it too, and it was really informative.
Okay. Rich, you mentioned Wunderlich Park. Could you give a little background on what was required of the community as opposed to the parks to move that ahead?
So Wunderlich Park was, and I don't know if I can even show the clearing. Let's see. Gulch, no. Wunderlich Park, the county parks owns it, and PG&E actually picked that up as a project as mitigation for, I believe, some of the habitat they took out when they upgraded some of their pipelines along the peninsula. And Fish and Wildlife Service told them, you have to go find a place where you can convert back to oak woodland, to native oak woodland from something else. And they saw that stand, approached the county, and the county's been fire safe, and the agency's been trying to get rid of that stand for years. So PG&E just picked it up as a project and did it. The community, the main thing from the community was they lost their park for a while because it was all closed down for a period for that whole summer, and it's still portions of it are still closed. That was the main give by the community, other than the county park system has a bunch of heavy lifting to continue with finishing that project.
Okay, thank you. We have from the community, Sid Young.
You're calling on me now, I guess. Okay, I'll try to make it fast.
Thank you.
Chief Sampson, you live on the coast side, you said?
Yes, I do.
Well, I think you shouldn't have to drive down to Felton every day when that new fire station opens. Maybe they can reposition you, because you'd be a really good asset just to help our community get educated more. Anyway, I know that's not up to me. I know Chief Cox mentioned that he's going to be in November telling us about Zone Haven, but does that work through SMC Alert, or is there another way that people get notified by Zone Haven? Do you know?
Zone Haven is SMC Alert, I believe, is one company and one application, and Zone Haven is a completely different company and a standalone application.
So then they would need
they work through each other, but
and residents would need to sign up for it then so that they know their phone numbers.
it's even. I'm going to have to defer to Chief Cox.
So Sid,
Okay, we'll wait
have
for
to
that
keep
one
up on
then.
that.
My other question is on Highway 1, you have a we have a choke point between the tunnel and going north towards Pacifica, and it's a eucalyptus grove, of course. I noticed you mentioned it when you were addressing the Board of Supervisors, but you didn't say anything to us about it here. But last week, we had a double closure of Highway 92 right at the Crystal Springs Reservoir as a moving van caught on fire, and they had to close both lanes of 92, and SMC Alert did not send out an alert to tell anybody that there was a fire. And meanwhile, we've had the peace sign at Pillar Point burn. We've had the besides the moving van, we had the Sign Hill fire over in South San Francisco that kids admitted to catching. So I just, I guess I'm one of those people that if I see smoke, I might just get in my car and leave now before it turns into the Paradise disaster or something. But I just wanted to know if you could address the Highway 1 choke point.
So one thing about the system, our transportation system, we have several ways out of the community. Some of them aren't as good, but we do have several ways out of the community. And like I mentioned, evacuation is dynamic. If one choke point is in place, you've got to go out, you've got to pick one of the other ways out. So I think the trick is to improve the evacuation evacuation route stability as much as possible. And also not count on just having one. It's almost more important in the community. Some people have a hard time getting out of their neighborhood during a fire because they only know one route. But if they took the time to start taking a hike through their neighborhood on a weekend, they may find there's 4 or 5 different routes out that they don't use because they're not as convenient. And in a fire, one of those other routes might be the best way.
Well, you did mention sheltering in place at some kind of a emergency gathering point, but the airport was mentioned at one meeting, and I think that might be used for airplanes. I mean, fire response airplanes to come and go. So where do you guys have any place in mind for our community yet?
No, I would say we would still, well, nothing's been finalized as far as use of the airport or the harbor. The key thing about like a TRA, or temporary refuge, this is for the beginning of the incident. Beginning of the incident, if we do have aircraft, the aircraft is all going to be coming from a different location, probably for either Santa Rosa or Hollister. It would not be landing in Half Moon Bay. Maybe a helicopter might, but they don't need the airport.
Right. Okay.
And so it would also be a TRA for a very short period until the blockage was removed, or until the traffic went down, or the incident went away. So for a long-term use of it, no, you would not be using the airport. You wouldn't be there for a week. You wouldn't be there for more than probably about 3 or 4 hours. And then you would be moving on to the rest of the evacuation route.
Okay, thank
So-
you.
Okay, thank you, Sid. Greg?
Thank you, Chief. Best and most relevant presentation I've ever heard on this topic. In Southern California, San Diego, they put together a program which removed a massive amount of eucalyptus. It was related to our RCD, but a slightly different group. Are you aware of that effort, and can you comment on it? And I've heard the figure 50 million, 30 to 80 million dollars bandied about for what we would require up here. Do you have any feel for the amount of money that might be needed?
I haven't heard of a huge, especially on the coast side, because you're still in the coastal zone, and that's one of the major issues we have right now is permitting and approval to remove all the to remove large amounts of large eucalyptus is actually against the Coastal Act right now. So I'd be very curious about that one in San Diego. I'm going to do some research tomorrow to find out about it.
I'll send you a copy.
Okay, and as far as costs, just looking at Quarry Park, the only numbers that have been bandying about is several $1 million for just Quarry Park. And looking at the rest of the coast side, as you start adding residential areas that have massive amounts of eucalyptus in it, that's the price would go up.
Is controlled burn an option, or is it because we're too close to housing, you can't do controlled burns?
It's too close. I mean, there'd be too much of a risk.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Joanne Brooks.
Yes, I really enjoyed your presentation. It was really informative, but it also made me think. I live on the east side of Miramar Drive alongside that creek between Miramar and Medio, which is never maintained. It's full of dead debris and eucalyptus and all kinds of stuff. I've never seen anybody since I've lived over there do anything to clear any of that debris. And we're so close, I mean, all the back neighborhoods, are close enough where I can see that catching fire and shooting to the other side of the street or cutting off traffic there on Highway 1. And also, we only have 2 ways out of our neighborhood. I mean, there's no other way. So if that fire started there, everybody would have to go out the Alta way. Who's responsible for cleaning up that debris in that creek?
Well, 2 sides of that. It ultimately it's the landowner's responsibility to maintain their property.
Well, what about at the road?
At the road, if it's in the right of way, it ends up being whoever owns that right of way, whether it's Caltrans or Public Works or whatever private road association, because that's one thing that we deal with further south, a private road association.
I'm talking about, right?
Pardon?
You know which area I'm talking about. It's there.
Right. It's just south of the cow pasture below the Yucca and Pine.
Yeah.
And so the other part of the problem is clearing out riparian areas is actually illegal. And unfortunately, your riparian areas do burn. They're less likely to burn, but when you get to the right conditions, willows do burn, and it is a problem. That's something that it's another issue that needs to be resolved as far as maintaining the riparian areas.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. Okay, I think that's all for questions from the community. So I'm going to come back to the council, go back to the council, and this is not even the last of our people coming to talk about fire and evacuation. Chief Cox will be here next week, but coming ahead of that is a larger discussion. So right now, is there any other points people would like to bring up relative to either future discussions or to clarify items with Chief Sampson? Dan, you have your hand up.
Yes. Rich, do you have, in your personal opinion, Can you make some comments about your thoughts of priority of action? The best bang for the buck. We understand that money is an issue and time is also an issue. So, what can be, in your opinion, your personal opinion, what should be done first?
Defensible space around your structures, probably the best bang for your buck. Because keep in mind, very, very few fires, probably 99.9% of the fires stay small and aren't up in the canopy. And we really can't mitigate for the huge fires like we just had, or even the car fires. So you need to take that off the plate. We're not going to be able to protect from that. You just need to get out of the way. So the rest of them are resolvable, and a lot of mitigation can occur with defensible space around your structure. Number two is access. Your driveway and your road system, that's your access and also your escape route. We need to be spend more time maintaining those evacuation routes than we are now. We've done some pretty good job on defensible space, haven't done as good a job on evacuation routes. And then after that, then we start looking at changing the vegetation scheme. That's when you would start looking at removing all the eucalyptus. I think that would be the best bang for your buck.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Rich, on that point then, you're effectively saying that for Elgonata Quarry Park, that you have a very large price tag that you feel we should somehow begin to address within the next 5 to 10 years? Is that as opposed to when you said, if it's a big fire, there's nothing to mitigate, does that mean nothing at all, or there's things we should do?
I think that if we have the vegetation that we have now, and there's a large crown fire, we're not gonna be able to mitigate that. It's gonna happen, it's gonna come through, we're gonna have to get out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
If we can take the time that's gonna take to get rid of that vegetation that's a problem, eventually we're gonna have something that's a lot more manageable, and then we can do a lot better job of mitigating the extreme fires. But with the vegetation we have there right now, that's not possible.
So,
But the reality, I got to face the reality. In my career, I don't expect to see that eucalyptus all gone. It's just not going to happen.
oh, so within your career, though, you're saying you wouldn't be surprised if a major fire came and then it was all gone?
Well, I don't think, for example, I didn't think we've talked about fires like we had this summer, and we've said, yeah, this could happen, but I didn't expect to see it in my career. We have not had a 86,000 acre fire in this area in recorded history, period. And so hopefully I don't see it in my career.
Okay, well, I think you've framed it for here. Sid, we're done with public comment. Dan, do you have one last question?
Yes. Rich, you commented that defensible space was the highest priority. Would you say that the secondary priority would be breaking up in phases these large eucalyptus? You mentioned, access. I understand topography is an issue at Quarry Park, and you may not be, the one to comment here, but the element of breaking up the mass and having wider access in between to basically reduce the. It's been presented in previous presentations that when you have the density, it tends to be more unmanageable. But if you can break it up into phases and patches, and then start replanting in between, can you comment on that and how that could reduce the fuel and the danger and the manageability if there was a fire in that area of Quarry Park?
Okay, so there's two questions there. The first one is the priorities. I would put that as third priority because access and evacuation route improvement would be number 2. Number 3 would be starting to break up the stand. Then the other part is, yes, breaking up the stand is something that's very desirable. In fact, that's what we did last summer with the governor's project, where we opened up those corridors. I think it was like 87 acres of thinning that we occurred in partial clearing. And that was to work along the road system and actually compartmentalize it. And we did. Granted, the canopy hasn't been broken completely up, but if a ground fire gets going in there, we would be able to get to it and hopefully hold it inside one of those compartments. But that's only within the county park. It's not for the rest of the rest of the use bands around the area.
Okay, thank you, Chief Sampson. We're going to close this discussion now. At this point, we have many other items to get to, but we
Glenn,
appreciate your time.
Did he put his email address in the chat so that the question I didn't get to ask can be asked offline?
Sure. Could you
Thank
just
you.
I will.
Email them? Thank you.
I will, and then I'm have a good night. I'm going to take off.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
coming.
Thank you, Rich.
The next item on the agenda is Connect the Coastside update. And I'm going to make a very quick update there with focus on Miramar, and then basically put that on hold and go to item C, the Murata Road Coastal Trail Bridge issue. So I'm going to share my screen here in a second.
So Len, while you're doing that, I'm really sort of bothered by the fact with 3 meetings in a row, you've publicized your priorities and then taken them off the agenda.
Well,
I really think it's time for the community to have a chance to comment on them.
I agree. And let me just put it up here, and then I have, let's see, where is it? I have one question for the community, just in terms of hands, is there a large number of any people who want to speak here on item C, the Murata Road Trail Bridge? We originally configured it as a relatively short item, but there's been some comment. I've seen some things. So just some show of hands.
And we also have 3 people who have already expressed interest in speaking for that topic.
Thanks there. So we have 5. Okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind, but we'll try to move through this quickly.
Okay, and we do have 1 person for this topic as well.
Very good. Okay, first I just want to give a quick update on Connect the Coastside and this roadmap. In October, there were several meetings between the county, Caltrans, and with MCC people in attendance to deal with different issues. And an overall theme was, to a certain degree, a better coordination between Caltrans and the county. There was a meeting on the Moss Beach Transportation Improvement Evaluation. This was called by Joe to really not go to the level of what you might consider as a detailed ICE review of intersections, but to try to bring in people from a wide spectrum of backgrounds to talk about Cypress and California, to begin to assess what steps would be taken if you began to look at a serious look at intersection control there. And there is posted with the agenda information on that session if people would like to see more about it. That session was really focused on the 2 intersections in Moss Beach, Cypress and Virginia, but crosswalks has come up in a couple of ways. In particular, Caltrans has basically given effort to look at the Virginia crosswalk, and we'll come to our next regular meeting in November to talk about their thoughts for improvements, safety improvements on the crosswalk at Virginia. Miramar has come up in several contexts that some of which bleed into the Medio Bridge, but basically in Connect the Coast side, for various reasons, it did not receive primary attention. And with the bridge going out, leading to a detour at State Route 1, and an effort by Caltrans to put in a crosswalk at Virginia. They had come to the MCC to request to talk about a crosswalk there, but when the detour was put in, that was basically taken off the table. So it required basically an update to the priority items associated with Miramar. So that being said, when the county comes up with their final draft of Connect the Coast side, I feel that an important thing for the community to look at is what are our priorities in a near term, a 1 to 5 year range. And this fits with something else that was commented in the comments put forward by the staff working on the Connect the Coast side, and that is to give particular emphasis to a 5-year plan, what's happening in the 5-year span. And in looking at how to organize that, I felt the best way to organize those priorities was on each community at a time. So I took the 4 major communities on Highway 1 as well as Princeton and identified what appeared to me to be important priorities that would get some level of progress in the first 5 years after Connect the Coast side is adopted, if it comes to that point. And so
if you go full screen on that document, people can actually read it. It's super
Sure,
helpful.
let me just increase that view then. There we go. Is that better?
Much.
Okay. So what I wanted to put forward for feedback are basically projects that are either directly on State 1, SR1, or where the trails, either the parallel or the coastal trail, has impact on the highway there. And on these, so for example, with the parallel trail update we got from Bray earlier in the meeting, I think where it's a priority item, we would like, periodically, not at every meeting, to understand where it's at, that it really helps it move along and keep our priorities focused. So I'm just going to go through these one at a time. And then, if by community, what I was proposing is anywhere from 1 to 4 items that are things that either result in a completed effort or a particular start to a project. So what I had there was a safe crossing at 2nd Street, and then improvements on the parallel trail along SR1 between 14th and 16th Street. Those were the 2 high points there. If anybody wanted to comment on those 2, raise your hand. Okay, going down to Moss Beach, we have at Cypress and California Avenue, I mentioned the study session that occurred, which was basically looking at paving the way for intersection control if that proved to be needed. But in advance of that, I think there's interest in either in an acceleration lane or a pocket lane where you can go into it on a turn. These have been proposed before, and they're presumably things that could be done in a shorter period of time than would take to do a full intersection control. The safety improvements at Virginia has been a concern for some time, and as I mentioned, we believe that Caltrans will come to give us an update there. And then the parallel trail itself, getting in Moss Beach from along Carlos all the way down to 14th and 16th. And then on the coastal trail, just where can you make a safe crossing for pedestrians or bikes from one side of the road to the other? And that's really absent putting in intersection controls at Cypress or California. Okay, I see hands here. So I'll just go first to Dave Olson.
Okay, for Montero and Moss Beach, I have just mechanical changes. Instead of safe crossings, please add pedestrian or bicycle crossing. Too many people don't know what's meant by safe crossing.
Okay.
And this is, since this is community priorities.
Mhm.
In Moss Beach, it's pretty important that the acceleration lane say northbound Highway 1, since otherwise it's not at all clear.
Okay, I think the main, as far as the acceleration lane on a right turn, that would be southbound, right?
No, it's northbound.
Okay, so there's a pocket for a right turn if you're going south, and then an acceleration lane for a left turn to go north, right?
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay. So basically identify the directions more accurately. Anything else there?
That's it for those two.
Okay, at El Granada, basically I put the Burnham.
You've got Dan and Dolores as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment that I'm objecting to moving forward to making comments to prioritizing the Connect the Coast side. I feel it's effectively allowing the MCC to endorse the process, and I do not believe that the community is really behind it, and I do not believe there's been sufficient discussion and input from the community.
Okay, that's a good point, Dan. So in bringing these forward, I want to distinguish between the review of Connect the Coast side by the MCC after they publish the final draft. And that has first a publication and questions for clarity, et cetera. And that would be followed by in early 2021, a meeting which basically says, do we support or endorse it or not? These priorities are intended to give our considerations focus and are not dependent on Connect the Coast side in the sense of support for Connect the Coast side. They reflect what we feel are important improvements. And whether it's done with Connect the Coast side or, for example, Caltrans itself coming in to improve the Virginia intersection is a separate issue from the review and approval of Connect the Coast side as a document.
Well, you clearly outlined that this is Connect the Coast side, Midcoast communities priorities, or if you clearly outlined. And so I feel that by making these comments, you are effectively forcing the MCC to endorse the Connect the Coast side plan as it stands.
Fair comment. So at this point, I think what I'm trying to do should be clear in terms of approach. That is, these are changes or things we would like to see. And in order to basically ride herd on that, we need to identify them specifically. And the question is whether Connect the Coast side or any other plan offers up meets those needs.
Based on your comment, I think
Dan, let me finish, please. Dan? Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically, having said that, is this a question of the titling or the intent of putting the priorities up?
Well, your title is very clear, Len. So yes, I think you should retitle.
Would you like just to remove Connect the Coast side and put Midcoast community priorities?
Yeah.
Okay, well, so it would look like this. Is that an improvement?
It's some level of an improvement, yes.
Okay.
But you know, this 5-year plan,
Well,
it is attaching to, you know, what 5-year plan are you talking about?
it's a 5-year period for us to define right now. Yeah, when we finished up with the safety and mobility studies in about 2012, 2013, we adopted highway priorities, ranked them high, medium, and low, and we reviewed them. But we did not get any agreement from any agency, be that the county or Caltrans, to try to hit different timing marks on that. So for example, with the parallel trail in Miramar up to El Granada, the point of that review is where is the county in getting that done? With respect to Caltrans coming to talk about the crossing at Virginia, if they come to talk to us about what they would propose to do to make it safer, that's a concrete step in that direction that we haven't had from them at all. So that's a step forward. And that's not really tied to connect the coast side at all. It's just that we were looking for a safe crossing there. So that's,
Yeah, I'm not going to get in the way of any further discussion. I think that this is important for the community to discuss, but I still don't believe that just by removing the title, your minor change of the title, I don't think that that's sufficient. I think that should be a new agenda item, but I'm going to just let it go. And I think that it's time. We've already started it. We should continue the discussion.
okay, thank you, Dan. Any other comments at that level before we go forward? This is from the council. Okay, wait. Okay, in El Granada, we have Burnham Park is put there. That's a major effort put forward by GCSD, but it moves directly alongside State 1. And it's not even clear how to talk about it, just as ultimately in Moss Beach, we talked about the Moss Beach corridor going from Coronado to, from California to Cypress. Really in El Granada, it's the whole length of the highway along Surfers Beach, which parallels the Burnham Park. And that's how to bring that forward to have productive discussion. It also affects the routing of the parallel trail along there as well.
Excuse me, Len, you jumped over without looking at the raised hands, and I would like to make a comment along what Dan Haggerty said.
Okay, I was trying to look to the community, but I think the way this is going, your point is well taken. So back to Moss Beach. Go ahead, Dolores.
Okay, we sent in a letter to you last week, which was not even acknowledged. And we have a long list, and right along Dan's concerns, we don't believe that Connect the Coast side is ready to be discussed. There's a lot of things that are missing from that, but we do believe that there are some urgent issues along Montera and Moss Beach, which is what we know the best at this point. And there's not even been a mention of what we provided, which was a pretty thorough list.
No,
So I want to say is, I agree with Dan. I think that Connect the Coast side is way too early to be commenting on, but there are some urgent issues for the immediate future.
Okay, well, there'll be nothing really to comment on Connect the Coast side itself till they come back with their next draft, and they propose to do that immediately after Thanksgiving. So they've closed off that draft. You sent your comments to them and to the MCC as well. And I did send in a note that I thought your comments were excellent. And in fact, some of those relate to these priority items. And the point here is to have a small number of priority items and things that we believe could see some progress in the first 5 years.
Could you share those with the community? I mean,
that's what these are.
No, we had a much longer list than this, which were important to us.
I think as a total comment, it's good. And I pulled from there. Do you feel those represented overall priorities that you put them forward, and I think the county has them, and I think they've been distributed. So,
but I don't see them making any influence on your list.
Well, I think some of these things are really taken from things you identified.
Well, I think you already had these on your list, and we identified more, but that's okay. I just felt like we were blown off last meeting. You didn't even acknowledge it, and here we are again.
Okay.
That's it.
Can I interrupt and ask Dolores, can you comment now on your additional priorities, or did I understand you to say you weren't prepared to do so?
Oh, well, one of the big things that we were concerned about is there needs to be a safe crossing over the highway. And the key one is this sort of bridge that was identified in the previous study, as you are well aware. There used to be a bridge in the 1940s, I guess, across what wasn't even the highway then. But something that that is not like a crosswalk. It's a safe crossing for both pedestrians and cyclists and whatever else. And also, we're looking at our vision is that it's a more simplified version of this parallel trail and everything else, connecting with what already exists, so that it doesn't become something that's going to be done in 20 years. It's something that could happen now with some, well, I won't say simple, but much simpler than the parallel trail and these roundabouts and whatever else. And I think that concept is missing from what is in the MCC.
Okay, well, that's an excellent point, and I believe it should be there. I represented it as it's really a coastal trail connection. That would be a way for those on the coastal trail on the west side to get to the east side at Carlos, and identified the location as near the NWSD office. But
Vice versa.
And what's that?
I said it works both ways.
Yeah, bridges go both ways. I agree. But your point is, you think it's something that could be sought for in the next 5 years.
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's long overdue over these ridiculous crosswalks that are totally unsafe. And, I'm not sure why you're not considering it.
Oh, no, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I'm happy to put it on, and I have. I mean, I think basically what that would say to the MCC, looking at any study coming forward, Connect the Coastside or whatever, is that we would like to see an effort to have that bridge built in the next 5 years, because it really isn't necessarily dependent on the state of Carlos. It connects the two sides.
Correct.
Now, and what I've learned is, I mean, in doing that, that's probably really going direct to Caltrans to basically get their support for that. So that's, and it's a good example from what I could tell, that if you couldn't get their buy-in, it's not so much the county as Caltrans. They would still ask, how are you going to pay for it? But they could certainly either support it as a feasible thing to do at the highway at that point or not, and give different pointers there. So I'm accepting that.
I understand that, but it's like the most, it's the safest thing. If you're talking about safety, this is what we're talking about now, that people can't get across. That's the only place where you can actually build like an overpass without the huge issues of handicapped and whatever else. And I just think this is really something you should look at, and you haven't even mentioned it.
I fully agree. And I think, I mean, certainly I know that's one Dan supports actively. But what I've learned from looking at the interaction of Caltrans and the county is it's really Caltrans we have to go to get their support. I mean, if you can't, basically if they're not saying, yes, it's feasible, forget how you're going to pay for it, then you have a problem. But that seems an excellent place to focus. So,
yes, I understand, Len, but that's true about all these other things.
Well, no,
Caltrans is very involved because it's Highway 1. And I'm just saying that maybe the MCC could put it out there with a lot of these other things that are out there.
So we're on Moss Beach. So you should, I mean, I'm talking about things that you could go and say you could make a concrete action in the first 5 years. What I would say about the overpass that you just mentioned is to get the attention of Caltrans and say, is this a feasible thing to do? Because if they tell you it isn't, then you have to ask them to justify it. But that's
Len, I think you're complicating the discussion.
I don't think so, but go ahead, Dan.
Well, it's already been on the Connect the Coast side. It's already been discussed, and the level of direction of conversation starts with the county, and then the county, well, actually it starts with the community. The community advises the county, and then the county advises Caltrans.
I think we can see from the 2 crosswalks that have come up recently from Caltrans, where members of the community have gone there directly, that the county isn't, I mean, it's not that the county doesn't play a role there, but the pressure comes there. And when Caltrans has reviewed this with citizens in my presence, they say, look, we can't deal with every particular one, whether it's a crosswalk or whatever. So we're going to look to the MCC to give us what are priorities. So I think the MCC looking at that as a priority and communicating that to Caltrans is an important step.
And Dolores just brought up an issue that the MCC should acknowledge, and then we should advise the county so that it goes in proper order. But the way you bring up that, oh, you got to talk to Caltrans first, that's confusing the whole order, and I object to that.
Well, I guess what I'm saying from recent conversations is, yes, almost anything we do is a systematic project that's funded or built up. It's going to go through the county, but if we have a particular need like this, we can also go directly to Caltrans to get them either to confirm it's something that's feasible or not. That's what I'm looking for. But Dolores, do you have other items that you think should be considered in this next 5 years? That, to me, this is a tough reach, but it's justified to be there.
Well, we sent you a long list, and we think that not only should there be acceleration lanes at Cypress, we think they should be at California. And we had some ideas about, and they're not original. I mean, they come from these other, some of them anyway, from other studies that you have been involved in, or the MCC has, not maybe necessarily you particularly, about how these paths could connect. And so it's all in our letter to you. I mean, it was quite lengthy, and there were maybe like 12 or 15 points, and you haven't posted that. You haven't. I suppose we'll have to do it ourselves, but anyway, there's a long list.
It'll be posted. My question here is, for example, you mentioned California. I don't see value of putting an acceleration lane in if we're really trying to push for it, if we're looking at intersection control in the next few years, and that's what we're being told there.
Well, so personally, many of us don't think that necessarily an intersection control is necessary if you just did acceleration lanes.
Right.
And that hasn't really been studied. And we're not really either for or against signals or roundabouts. We just think that they're too far out in the distance for like a roundabout. It costs too much. So why don't we do something that's a little bit simpler, like acceleration lanes? I mean, traffic on Highway 1 going north and south should flow. And those of us who need to get on the highway once in a while, or well, I mean often, but not like the traffic going north and south, we should have acceleration lanes.
Okay, well, the county got their people and Caltrans people together and looked at the intersections there and was trying to do investigation at the level that assumed an intersection control evaluation would be coming in the next 5 years. I think what you're asking is, we should look at what they say. I mean, they just gather people, and that's supposed to be represented in Connect the Coastside draft. So that's why if they're going that way, they would not put in an acceleration lane, let's say within 3 years. And we ran a whole crossings and turns study 5 years ago and made no progress at all in getting it in. So
well, but you know, this it's a lot cheaper to do what we're talking about than doing a roundabout. And I know that you are very much in favor of roundabouts.
I'm trying to get.
Can I suggest that this is turning into a two-person discussion?
Okay. Yes, I'm done. I'm done.
Len?
Yeah, do you have anything to add, Dave?
not to that, but we now have three other.
I got it. Okay, so we have Rob here. Yes, Dan?
I just wanted to say, you said that it will be posted. It'll be posted immediately. Dolores's list.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go to Rob.
Hello, I'm Rob Carey and I'm in Montera.
Thank you.
So I'm going to read right out of what I just posted in the chat. Is it possible to get something similar to the following included as a Midcoast community priority in the Connect the Coastside program? 1, a feasibility study for building a pedestrian tunnel under Highway 1 in the Moss Beach area, or possibly 2, an evaluation of the feasibility of conducting a feasibility study for building a pedestrian tunnel under Highway 1 in the Moss Beach area. And then there's a little comment by me. Pedestrian underpass project in Moss Beach would have a long timeline and relatively high cost, but it may be the best solution to solve the safe crossing problem for everyone, kids, families, bikers, disabled, etc., and also to get the coastal trail across Highway 1. Taking a look at the concept now may provide useful input into future trail and roadway design in the Moss Beach area. And that's what I posted. And just as an aside, or a bit of background, I was the project manager, project engineer, and the superintendent for the general contractor, Homer J. Olson, that installed a pedestrian underpass in Daly City across the John Daly Boulevard to the BART station in 1997. And that project would have, somewhat similar scope to building a tunnel under Highway 1 as far as distance and somewhat traffic control, but utilities, of course, need to be considered. So I just want to throw that out there and wondering if nothing else, it can be recorded as a written comment to the county in some way, if it can't be approved as to meet the priorities. So that's what I got.
Rob, I can put it in the minutes for sure, but I would like to get your last name if I can.
Carey, C-A-R-E-Y.
C-A-R-E-Y?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you like underpass considered. From all the things we've done with Caltrans in the county, especially in the somewhat constrained space of Moss Beach, given what's there and the length you have to have for those, it seems hard. So
that discussion was not complete.
No, I understand. I mean, well, it was, I think, from some people's standpoint. So
there was never a feasibility study.
I think it basically ended with, I tell you what, when we have Caltrans come on the 18th of next month, I mean, I presume Virginia might be a good place to put this underpass, so we can ask what considerations they would bring to having an underpass there instead of a crosswalk, to see whether they would, how would they evaluate that? I mean, have they already evaluated and decided it's not there? So I'm not sure that they would do that, but that seems like the most direct way to answer this query with respect to Moss Beach. Does that seem like a useful step, Rob?
Will that happen before this priority list goes in to the county?
Priority list is just a working list there. It's not binding us. It's giving focus to what we think is possible. So my interest is if Caltrans would speak to it and say, in the policies of this regime, we're looking at it, that it's a non-starter, then I wouldn't see the value of making it a priority given other things, but it's certainly worthwhile if they're going to talk about the crosswalk itself to speak to whether an underpass could be a feasible approach there.
I think at minimum, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just saying that I would what I'd like to see at the least is number 2, an evaluation of in a written evaluation. I'd like to see what the pros and cons are. I haven't seen it addressed. I've been following this pretty closely. I guess I missed whatever did come out on it, but I've been involved in producing media and so on for almost 10 years now.
Mhm,
on
understand.
the subject. So I have not seen the tunnel addressed well, and maybe at some place. So if there's
would
some
be just-
documentation, I would be interested.
I thought of it as if we're asking them to talk about the safety of the Virginia crosswalk, we could ask them to speak to the feasibility of a underpass there.
I agree. Thank you. That would be wonderful.
So, and either they'll say, we will or we won't speak to it at all in that framework, but that seems like the most direct way to approach it.
Fantastic. Please make the request. I would be interested in their input.
I'll put up here under Virginia, evaluate, no, I'll spell it, underpass.
I think if we step back, just, objectively, if it was in place, it could be, I think it's clearly the best and safest solution to get people across. So I think it should be at least considered. I mean, it's long-term, big dollars, but so is thinking big sometimes. So
okay,
all right.
At minimum, an evaluation, a feasibility study. At minimum, a feasibility study.
That, Dan, if we go to ask, evaluate seems like a first step, and that seems like a fair way to ask them to speak to it on short notice.
Thank you.
Okay. Dolores, any other thing you wanted to say relative to Moss Beach?
Well, like I said, we had a long list.
We'll publish the list, and that's gone to the county, and I think it's a very good list, but we'll make sure it's visible to the public too.
Well, it's getting late, so I won't delve into it more.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's see. Chris Johnson.
Thanks, Len. I wasn't planning on speaking to this topic. I think it's a good list, although I hear what Dolores is saying. I would want to see more if there's from that. But in regard to what the last speaker was talking about, I think people who know me know that I'm with Dan and have always advocated for above or below grade crossings at Gray Whale Cove and other places where it makes sense. I think it's important for the last speaker to know that no, at no time that I've been following this, which is coming up on a decade now, have above or below grade crossings ever been considered, evaluated, or even allowed to be discussed. In fact, the Safe Crossings document, I believe, has some verbiage in there about this will not even be discussed because it's not within the scope of the funding opportunities available for this project or the scope of this project. So it will not even be discussed. So I have never in the last 8, 9, 10 years heard any credible discussion of above or below grade crossings. And so I think the last speaker needs to hear that, because I think that's what he was wondering about. And there has never been a legitimate discussion. And I want there to be one, and I want to know why there has never been one. But that's a secondary question. There needs to be one, and thank you for putting that on the list. But that's some background for the previous speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then next up was El Granada.
And I have my hand up.
Sorry. Oh, Sid. Yes, Sid.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I also support at least getting some kind of feasibility study done for both the overpass that Dolores mentioned between the Montero Lighthouse or the Sanitary District and the Carlos Street bike path, or whatever they're going to make it eventually, or to underground at Virginia or wherever they decide to put the damn crosswalk next week. But my main thing is I wanted to mention, and Dolores brought it up, but I want to reiterate that my understanding was a lot of people have trouble getting on and off Highway 1 in Moss Beach. And it's not just Cypress that needs an acceleration lane. We should have it for whatever street is trying to get out onto the highway. So there's quite a few different intersections, even California, probably. But I really think that just saying it's for Cypress is wrong. We need it to be more like Montera. When you get through that commercial section, they have a middle lane, a holding lane, if you will, and not just, it can be used for an acceleration lane, or you can take refuge there until the traffic slows down and you can accelerate from that lane. So that's what I want to be sure that you understand.
Well,
Okay.
No, I understand what you said. And my answer to that is in the studies in the 2015, we identified many elements in many places. And I believe that the Cypress is the best place in a near-term sense to look at. And we're better off to say, can we get one here at what appears to be arguably the best place in Moss Beach, rather than say we want them at 3 or 4 places. Just as with a crosswalk, if we have a crosswalk at Virginia, we didn't ask for it, but now we're asking to make it safe. And rather than bring up 2 other crosswalks in Moss Beach.
I'm not talking about crosswalks.
No, I'm saying, what I'm saying is on the priority, rather than list several, this is a lead priority.
Okay, what I'm trying to say, and let me just finish my sentence, because you like to interrupt with your idea, but I'm just trying to get my statement clear. I'm talking about for the short term. Obviously, for the long term, I've been on record a long time saying that I'm in favor of a roundabout at Cypress. But for immediate situation that maybe is really cheap, they could just go in and restripe the center lanes in Moss Beach like they have done for Montera, so that we have acceleration lanes coming and going, instead of like one is a right turn, the other's a left turn. You can't always get out. So that's what I'm saying. I'm only talking about for the short term, if they don't have any funding for a traffic circle or a light at California Street. Okay, that's what I want you
just to clarify this. I think just to do an intersection control evaluation at one of the intersections in the next 5 years would be about as far as we would expect it to get.
Well, they already said that in Connect the Coast Side, that they have the traffic circles are 5 years away. So I'm talking about for a more immediate resolution. That's what I'm saying is a priority.
Right. And I say in choosing a priority to get concrete process, let's take one specific one. And in general, I thought I heard that the most need and the most direct way to do it would be at Cypress.
Well, I mean, I'm in favor of that, but I also think rather than having a traffic signal at California, they should talk about 2 maybe. But that's up to you, Len. You're making all the decisions for us, so go ahead.
Well, I'm trying to put it in a 5-year time frame and try to make it specific and say, rather than how about at these 3 places, let's choose a place that seems best or most likely to succeed.
Why do you have to pick one? Joe Leclerc already told us that he doesn't know when he's going to get the funding for Cypress traffic circle or California, and they're going to do a study first for intersection control, so it may not even ever be a rotary. So why don't we just get an immediate striping situation going until the county finds some money? That's what I'm trying to say.
Money to do that, Sid, and that would be money coming probably through DPW to request an encroachment to do that.
Well, it's not going to be as much money as the traffic.
This is not a personal argument. Can we cut it off?
Thank you.
Only because Len is being so picky about it. You asked the community for what they thought would be a priority. You're telling us now, when I give you my idea, oh, we shouldn't prioritize so many things. So
I was trying to tell you why there was only one and not several, in my view. Okay. So in El Granada, anything else here? No? Okay.
Len?
Yes.
I just wanted to quickly say, the conversation of roundabouts versus traffic lights not over yet, but I will say that, with the whole evacuation discussion, that, roundabouts essentially will be a drip emitter on the highway. Slowing down, physically preventing 24/7 from traffic from flowing properly.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. El Granada, I just listed Burnham Park as one major look at it that probably should occur in the next 5 years, and it's not more differentiated than that. In Miramar, we have several items that came up. First was with the detour in place. There's a strong desire to have the detour go away. Right now, that's basically tied to the coastal trail. So either that's declared to be the permanent path of the coastal trail, or there's a bridge in place and then the detour can go away. But certainly I consider that very high priority. Okay, then basically with the detour there, Miramar residents looked down to Murata Road, Alto Avenue as a place where either could there be a signal, well, an intersection control or a crosswalk. So that was put in there to be considered there because that was not on the list at all at that point. So, and basically the progression is, a crosswalk, and if more powerful than that would be intersection control, which is a determination of either a signal or a roundabout, and that's there to represent that interest. Okay, and then I think for the coastal trail, would like to see.
There are three hands raised.
I get that. I just wanted to cover all the ones there. The coastal trail is basically some form of a managed retreat plan for the coastal trail in Miramar, which we don't have. So that said, I will go first to, I'll go to Dave Olson.
Okay, I have more substantive changes to suggest in El Granada.
Go ahead.
The Burnham Park impact, I could be mistaken, but I do not think that's a community priority. And I would, if there is a community priority, I think GCSD can drive it. Something that really, really needs to be done because it's a dangerous intersection as it is. And most people don't know that Capistrano westbound coming out of El Granada is, as far as DPW is concerned, a single lane, but everybody, well, not everybody, unfortunately, treats it as 2 lanes. So the result is it's quite dangerous as people try and merge and cross each other. So I would certainly improve the Capistrano Highway 1 vehicle crossing markings.
Okay, so that's westbound Capistrano at SR1, right?
Yeah, and eastbound has some problems too because the markings have all faded, leading to some similar problems.
But at SR1, you think something more major is needed there, and then
it's really the crossing, if not the highway itself.
Yeah, westbound crossing.
Coronado. And signal timings at Coronado are just completely and utterly broken most of the time, weekdays and weekends. So that really needs to be fixed.
Okay.
And I think that's a very high priority. Also, the traffic flow, the combination of Alhambra, both directions, and Obispo feeding in as traffic tries to bypass has led to some huge backups.
Well,
I suspect almost everybody in El Granada would like to see that improved.
Well, what I was thinking there actually is the fire station is about to open is really Alhambra, Obispo, and Alameda there. That whole area needs review relative to both parking and pedestrian safety.
It certainly does, and I'm not going to try and dictate the answer there.
No, I just think that
it needs work.
I've just put the fire station as a primary note. So basically,
the fire station is actually the lowest part of that issue.
Well, no, it's to locate. It's to locate it. I understand what you're saying. So basically, you think these things here are things to lead, things that looking for in the next 5 years, and maybe even on the front end.
Yeah, I think these are very low cost projects. They just need to bump up to the top of the priority queue.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Dave. Ann Martin.
Hi, Lynn. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of a number of residents in the East Miramar section of Half Moon Bay, and we are urging the MCC to highly prioritize the installation of a four-way traffic control light and pedestrian crosswalk at the intersection of Highway 1, Murata, and Alto. And I'm glad to see that it is on your list of priorities. I want to expand for just a minute on that. Caltrans has already recognized the lack of a safe pedestrian bike access as a result of the efforts of Joanne Brooks, who spoke earlier in the meeting. And as of July 2020, they were planning to install one, and actually a pedestrian bike crossing with flashing beacons. However, because of the emergency installation of the coastal trail detour, this did not happen. Joanne mentioned this on Nextdoor, and a bunch of us started talking, and we realized it's a bigger problem than pedestrian and bike access, which, by the way, is virtually impossible from East Miramar, from our section of East Miramar. There's also a problem with increased traffic congestion at that same intersection as a result of the closure of left turn lanes on Miramar Drive and Highway 1 as a result of the coastal trail detour. So what we are asking is, again, that a four-way traffic light and pedestrian crosswalk, similar to the one at the intersection of Highway 1 at the Frenchman's Creek neighborhood, be installed at the Alto, Murata, and Highway 1 intersection. This would improve traffic safety, allow people from East and West Miramar to cross safely, also to access the Samtrans bus stop from West Miramar, and give those of us who live on the east side, especially those of us who are a little older or with disabilities, safe access to the West Miramar neighborhood and the coastal trail. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I respond to that?
Sure. Let's see, Liz. And Taylor, go ahead, Claire.
Just very briefly, the fact that there is no crosswalk currently at that location has nothing to do with the bypass from the coastal trail. They're two separate topics, and just wanted to make that clear that they're not they're not related. They're in the same place. Pardon me?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Well,
I think that the Caltrans backed off on the crosswalk because they wanted to do something consistent with the one in Moss Beach and the one in Miramar. And I don't think that was not related to putting in the detour.
Well, my understanding from Joanne Brooks, whom I believe is going to be speaking next, who was in direct touch with Samtrans, was that it was indeed due to the emergency installation of the coastal trail detour. But I'll let Joanne speak to that.
Oh, well, you can do that, but the decision was made on the crosswalk not to go ahead on immediately before the issue of the detour came up. So that's
okay.
I'll let that go.
That wasn't my understanding.
Thank you. I tell you what, well, Barbara Mathewson, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Len. Well, I'm going to agree with Claire. And also, it is two separate items. We had heard about that crosswalk being canceled prior to the detour being put in. And also that detour, we were bombarded with people wanting us to do something to make a safe detour. And that was an emergency. And there's hundreds of people that use that trail. And until we make a decision about that, that's the safest thing we can do. So I don't know what we're expected to do if now we're going to change our minds and say we don't want that. Detours. What are
heavens,
what
I
want us
must,
to do?
I must have misspoke. The detour has to be there, and I understand completely why. What we're just asking is that the MCC consider four-way traffic control and a pedestrian crosswalk at the Alto Murata Highway 1 intersection, because it couldn't even be at that Miramar Highway 1 intersection because of the existing detour.
So let me just make a comment on how I placed it here. Basically, the phrasing there really puts Murata Road, Alto Avenue in the same framework as we have for Cypress Avenue and California Avenue in Moss Beach. They all have comparable situations, both with respect to safe crossing as well as vehicle access. And what we have learned from working with Caltrans is if you're going for intersection control, that's either a signal or a roundabout, then there's a process you'll go through. So that's why it's written up that way, and sort of sits in the same level as those other intersections.
Len, can I add something? Just
Well,
really
there's
brief.
Dan, there's other people who haven't spoken yet.
Just really brief that helps on the helps Ann Martin. It's my understanding that, you know, what was delayed was the discussion by Caltrans. There was supposed to be a meeting regarding the crosswalk, and the meeting was delayed. That's all I know.
Let me go through a chronology there as best I can. Basically, earlier this year, Joanne Brooks, who will speak after this, was bringing her lobbying efforts to get a safe crosswalk in Miramar to a point, working with Caltrans, and she had a strong cooperative effort on the part of Caltrans to do that. And they were looking to do that at Miramati Drive. And that was basically just coming to the MCC with a request to present it when the bridge was closed by DPW and work on the detour went in. And Caltrans was not initially aware of those two actually arriving at the same time. And as soon as they became aware of that, they realized they had to basically put the crosswalk at that location on the shelf. There have since been other communications and discussions with Caltrans about this. And basically, there was a meeting last week with Caltrans, people from Miramar and myself. Barbara Mathewson was also there. And basically, well, she was there in a community meeting. Prior to that, we met with Sean Nazario, Sean with Caltrans. And basically, he said that it was recognized as a need, and that basically because they also recognized that this was happening at multiple places, that to refer it to the MCC. So we have Miramar here to bring that forward. And I think at this point, they're waiting to see what comes up. My point to Miramar was relative to a crosswalk, that the one at Virginia the treatment of that would give some indication of what its likelihood is of being used at another location, such as Murata Road and Alto Avenue. But as far as intersection control on Caltrans, that would be part of a longer process. So it's put there in consideration, and it wasn't on the list before, even from Connect the Coast side, so that it has visibility there. So Joanne, would you like to speak next?
Yes, just in July, Caltran had given me an update on the project for the crosswalk that said, just to give you an update, we're planning a two-phase approach to first install a pedestrian crosswalk, signage and striping, and then add pedestrian operated flashing beacons at Route 1 and Miramar Drive. This probably takes more time as we need to coordinate with local officials, blah, blah, blah. Basically, to me, that sounds like we were getting pretty close, okay? The whole issue with the detour changes the circumstances of my request, okay? And this intersection, we have a very unique set of circumstances. First of all, it's the narrowest part of Highway 1. Which was just up and down the coast, which was just made worse. There's no shoulders on any side, on either side now. We never had one on the east side. Visibility is horrible. When you're coming north on Highway 1 and you start to see all those signs, all those sticks and everything, along with all the traffic, it's very confusing. Now, can you imagine that when the rainy season starts? And it, I mean, there's a huge visibility issue, even leaving our neighborhood on Alto and Murata. We can only see to the right, to north, to the top of that hill. I mean, I say top of the hill, basically just past the bridge. We can't see cars coming up behind that rise. And, if you're looking both ways and, you get halfway across thinking the other side was clear, and then all of a sudden somebody comes up over that rise. I mean, there's a visibility issue that is not there at the Moss Beach and the other intersections. Now, I think we should all have safe ways to cross the road. I mean, I think that precedent, keeping your citizens safe should take precedent over visitor and traffic. I mean, I don't want I don't want a crosswalk in 5 years. That's not going to do me any good. I'll probably be dead by then anyway. But we need that now, and we don't have the luxury of having that space. We don't have any roads that run adjacent to Highway 1 like they do at some of the places in Moss Beach and Murata. We're stuck. We don't have access to public transportation, okay, which is a huge thing for people with disabilities. I guess nobody's brought that up before, okay? We don't have access to public transportation because we can't get there. We can't cross the street because we don't have a safe way. And all this talk about the parallel trail and coastal trail and all this stuff, we wish that we were be able to talk about stuff like that because we can't even get to it safely. So I'm a little frustrated when we start talking, this plan gets lumped into the parallel trail because I think we need an emergency fix for an emergency detour. Before the rainy season starts, kids start going back to school, our traffic doubles or triples, everybody has trouble turning out of neighborhoods on Highway 1. Everybody. But the only place where you can't see because of a rise in the road is right there at that Miramar, and Highway 1 bridge. So, I mean, I don't care if they go over, I don't care if they go under, I don't care if I get a crosswalk. I just want us to have a safe way to get across the road. And I don't think it's fair to put our safety and that access down, 3 years down the road.
Okay. Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
I mean, I think you've covered it well. We have next Jill Grant.
Hi, Len. Thank you. I am in agreement with Joanne. This is the most dangerous part of the highway. I live in El Granada and I have the luxury of having a light at Coronado. So every morning I get to, safely come out on Highway 1 and it's wonderful. But I also go into Joanne's neighborhood from time to time. And it is extremely scary to try and get out once you get in that neighborhood. And I have a teenage daughter who crosses there and her friends cross there and they jet across the road sometimes at night. And I really would like a stoplight and a crosswalk. Thank you.
So what I did in terms of the list I have here is noting that you request that it be considered as an emergency review, whereas at Cypress in California, we're talking about it as dangerous and needing review, but we haven't requested an emergency review. And your feeling is that you have sufficient problems that you think an emergency signal would be warranted. I'm not at all the person to judge that, but I believe that's the way you would like it considered. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Next, we have Claire. I'm just going to go down the list now. Claire? You're muted, Claire.
No, I should not have my hand up.
Okay. Next in, Sid Young. Now, we're on Miramar, correct, Sid?
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure because I've been trying to look up for a map. Is Alto Avenue actually the dominion of Half Moon Bay? Because
No,
I don't.
it's county. This
Okay,
is
good.
the
Because
county
I'd hate
roads.
to see us spinning our wheels and then have them come in and say, no, you
No.
can't do it. That's our domain.
No.
Thanks.
That's a fair question. It's county. Karen.
Hi, this is actually Ethan Miller, Karen's husband.
Better half. Okay, go ahead.
Exactly, Lynn. I just had I'm in Miramar, I'm on Alameda, and probably get into this a little more in the next discussion, but your third bullet point in Miramar is managed retreat plan. And I'm a little concerned to the extent that that reference assumes that Miramar should be subject to a managed retreat plan. Managed retreat, at least the way I think the council and most folks interpret it, is a response to a natural phenomenon, in this case, erosion. And in this case, as I think we all know, the main problem, if not the sole problem, given that sea level rise is, I mean, we can take issue with the exact number, but somewhere on the in the neighborhood of 0.1 inch a year or thereabouts. The main problem in Miramar is, as the Army Corps recognized, its own fault. And that, of course, is the outer breakwater. That is a man-made issue. And so I'm concerned that if we're going to be talking about managed retreat in Miramar, that we not assume that managed retreat is the only alternative and that we have to let Murata Road go to the ocean and all the businesses and all the houses go along with it because it's, quote, just natural. That's not the case. It is. So if you have a man-made problem, then you need I would respectfully suggest a man-made solution. This then gets into the arming, et cetera, the soil analysis.
Yeah. And you're right. I think the next agenda item will take that up more directly. So I propose we'll just defer further discussion on that point. So
Okay.
that's good with you, Dave?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Although I was a little curious what managed retreat meant in the context of CTC. Were you referring to Surfers Beach area or something?
No, that with respect to the coastal trail, they basically, as they consider the parallel trail, have the problem of what is their plan for the coastal trail if it can no longer be protected by armoring in that area.
I don't see that as part of CTC, but okay.
Well, they've taken on both the coastal trail and parallel trail to a certain extent. So that was in the safety and mobility study as well, that whole consideration. Anyway, that's why it's there. If they decide not to bring it forward further, it's there, but okay. Let's see. There is Dan Haggerty.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Joanne's comments that she said tonight that she didn't care if it was over or under pass or whatever. Safe crossing is the issue, and I agree with her. And but I wanted to just kind of like summarize it as it sounds like it's another request for a feasibility study for an underpass or an overpass at that location.
I think, well, it's a good point in the sense that this is one thing that Miramar has that Moss Beach does not have. They have basically a culvert with a tunnel that allows safe crossing for the young and the agile there, and it's used quite actively by those who can use it. I think Joanne's comment on it, I believe, is that recognizes that for her needs, that probably given the space available, could not be made useful for her situation, but it's used very actively by others.
We're talking about a brand new feasibility study for a proper underpass or overpass.
So, Joanne, do you want to speak to that? You're muted, Joanne.
A feasibility study on what permanent action to take would be great, but we need an interim fix, something to keep us safe. You know, my son-in-law said, why not attach the coastal trail, leave the detour as permanent and go route it across the street so that it attaches to the coastal trail on the east side and not build the bridge at all. I don't care. I just don't want to die, and I would like to ride my bike. And as far as the drainage ditch, we're getting ready to go into rainy season. Okay, those hills are muddy. Water gets into those tunnels. You know, going in and out is a lot more difficult, you know, once it starts raining. So,
okay. So I guess that would be part of feasibility, but you're expressing concerns there.
well, yeah, but I still want something done now.
Okay, understand. Okay, any other comments on Miramar? It's Joanne. Okay, then I put in Princeton, where Airport Street is sort of the major road there that really ties into both trails and gets people to the highways as well. So we're looking for safety improvements. There's been some question as to whether that's part of a planned Princeton effort, but I think as a major road, we should keep it in this. Okay. Any other comments at this point? Okay, I'll take the overall comments, including Dolores's, you know, the study that Resist Density put forward, both to make sure it's available as well as it's already been presented to the county as well, but reflected in priorities here. Dave, you have further comment?
Yeah, Gray Whale Cove, beach access is confusing. So please change it to Highway 1 crossing or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Joanne, your hand is still up, but I think you've spoken. Did you have more? That's down. Okay. So, so I'll bring this back in updated form at our next meeting.
Are we not going to vote on this?
What's that?
Are we not going to vote on this?
Well, I guess the question is, there are enough points made that I think I would have to do an editing pass before you get a vote. I guess I would like from the council a vote on whether the approach that's being taken there is considered helpful or not. And I've tried to explain how I feel it is useful independent of the particulars of Connect the Coast Side. So I'll just, why don't we have a round of discussion from the council on that to give feedback? Does that sound okay? Okay, that being said, I'll let you go first, Dave.
All right. I do not think this is useful. I don't think it reflects community input to a great enough degree. And as it adds community input, it's turning into a long laundry list. It can't possibly be a 5-year priority. So it's truly to be a near-term, aka 5-year priority list. It needs to be way, way, way briefer. Yes, I know I've added stuff to it, but I don't think it's useful.
Okay, thank you, Dave. Claire, you're next.
I have to agree with Dave. It seems as though when we dig into discussing anything here tonight, it got kind of confusing and there's too much content here. We need to focus on each thing and give it its due consideration rather than just sort of a list.
Okay, understand. Barbara?
I agree with Claire and Dave. Dave, I don't see the use of this. It's just gotten way out of hand.
Dan?
I agree with Barbara, Claire, and Dave.
Thank
Out
you,
of hand.
Dan. Michelle?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be hard for any to get all of us to agree on any single list of priorities, especially one that is this long. You know, as previously mentioned, I don't think this can all happen in the next 5 years. So while I think the exercise in talking about this is beneficial, I would not vote for this list given even the, you know, amount of discussion that we have had so far. I feel like it needs more focus and time, and we just don't have time.
Well, so my question is, I think I've heard people say that they think focused priorities would be good to have. And that's where this started out, with sort of starting points from me and taking points in as we came along. So I guess the question to the council is, they would prefer to go ahead without any recognized priority list as we continue next steps in roads? Or would you like more effort spent and try to bring it down to a smaller list?
Well, at this point in the year, sort of building on what Greg said earlier, some of this might be well addressed in our retreat when we set our priorities for the year. We could pick and choose which of these things we want to devote the most attention to at that time.
Okay, so you consideration, but defer it to a retreat.
And make it, and part of the goal of that consideration would be to narrow the list down to the things that we most want to put immediate effort into.
Okay. Dave, what's your thought about that, Dave?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Barbara?
Yeah, I agree. I don't think we should even have this on the agenda for the next meeting, just because of time and how long it takes. And I think once you get your new council members on board, take it up again.
No, I think, yeah, the comment, what we're discussing is to defer it at a minimum to the retreat next year.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Dan?
Yeah, I agree with that, with the caveat that I think that the community should be immensely involved and not have it as just the members of the community council discussing it and as setting priorities. The community really needs to be just involved, and we need to make it easy for them.
But I mean, I guess if we have a goal of doing this now, well, I want to hear from Michelle too, but my feeling is the council would have to ultimately take responsibility to conclude it. They could decide how much community input they want, but there still need to be decision makers. Michelle, your thoughts?
Yeah, let me just add that maximum community input. Maximum community input.
Okay, got it, Dan. Michelle.
Yeah, I agree with Dan's point on community input, and I think a way to get that could, you know, I actually think we need input beyond the, you know, 30 or 40 people that are at tonight's meeting. So I actually think, you know, even doing a survey or something beyond just the participants here is important. I think for the retreat, well, I agree with delaying it until next year. I don't know that the retreat is going to be the best place to do this. Maybe it deserves its own entire separate session.
Okay, good enough. Okay.
I wanted to add something if I can.
Sure, Claire, go ahead.
When we talked about putting this off to make a formal priority list with the new council, that is not to say that something that needs to be addressed right now can't be addressed earlier. The other thing is what Michelle is saying, we need to get more input in a broader sense. This is a role for the newsletter. So we have that tool coming up.
Okay, good thought. Okay, so we will consider this item closed for now. And we'll next move into item 4C. This is a Marauder Road Coastal Trail Bridge replacement. I'll open
Hi,
the
Lee.
meeting by saying that as we started, we've had a communication from Supervisor Horsley, who has basically, after input and discussion, said his preference is for the council to have a meeting in which he could bring other members, other of the county staff to speak to this issue more broadly and to hold off on a recommendation to send something to the Coastal Commission staff until that meeting occurs. And he's open to do it at any date we might choose. So that's a background. And I think at this point, though, we're free for the discuss a letter that's there. And I've conveyed that sentiment from Don. Go ahead, Dave.
All right, I'm gonna start by, hold on a second. Apparently I did not make myself co-host.
Let's see, I'm going to stop sharing. So it's open for you.
Come on. It's not allowing me to be co-host. All right, well, we'll do it the other way. There we go. Okay.
You want me to put it up on my screen, Dave?
I've got it now.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and make that bigger. There we go. Sorry, Zoom is not being good to me tonight.
Mhm.
But this is very similar to the presentation that we had before, but it's been updated a bit. So I'm going to just whip through it. This is all the same, but for anybody who wasn't here before, it shows the whole area. The key thing is, for me, is this armoring that's proposed from here over to here. County's proposal is to put in soil nail walls over most of that and behind the bridge, and then put riprap in front of it. And I'm very concerned about that large amount of armoring, and additionally to the fact that I believe it will focus wave energy into the creek channel. That's certainly what's occurred in other similar areas. So this is a minor change from the last version. This shows this new section here. So rather than taking an easement on the properties on either side of Madio Creek, on the south east corner of the property on the north, and the northeast corner of the property on the south, an alternative would be to purchase, or worst case, exercise eminent domain, an easement across this vacant parcel. It makes the bridge much easier. That is a very large parcel. It would still allow the property owner to build a good-sized house should they wish to do so, and perhaps some compensation other than buying the easement or the land could be made to the property owner. Needless to say, I have not talked to the property owner. This is in no way a done deal. And then, as before, the trail would continue down through State Parks property, mostly following the old railroad right-of-way and then diverging down to the coastal trail. This latter section is very much what the Coastal Commission staff suggested when they turned down the proposed Casamira armoring of this section of the coastal trail and said, no, you can only armor the section directly in front of the condos here. So that's sort of independent of any possible realignment of coastal trail related to the bridge, but it's shown here for completeness. And again, this picture is the same as last time. You can see that there's quite a bit of narrowing of the channel here compared to what the channel has today. It therefore is going to form a very natural lensing action. And in every other similar situation I know of, that lensing has led to significant erosion on the inside during storm waves. I'll get to the letter in a moment. The letter talks about, in the last paragraph, an alternative making this bridge longer. The proposal that the county submitted to the Coastal Commission in January positions the new replacement bridge at essentially the same abutment positions on both the north and the south as the existing bridge. We've added this picture here on the upper right to show that there is a significant issue for the house here that's right on the banks of Medio Creek in terms of their having their driveway access to Murata Road. So any extension of this road further north and probably a little bit east would have to still allow driveway access for that house. I'm not solving that, I'm just mentioning it so people are aware of it. I'm now going to stop sharing that. I'm going to share the letter instead. I'm hoping most of you, I'm hoping that all of you on the council at least have read that letter. But nonetheless, I'm going to share it. We've also received 2 letters from one from Lenny Roberts at Committee for Green Foothills, and I've attached that to this letter. We have also received this evening a letter from Surfrider, which substantially agrees with this letter and with Lenny Roberts' comments. That letter and all the other letters we've received on this subject have now been put up on the MCC website under correspondence received in a manner very similar to what the Coastal Commission staff does, so that anybody in the public now or in the future can see what we've received on this. So the letter is addressed to Jim Porter, DPW Director, since this is essentially a DPW project. For those not aware, part of this bridge is on City of Half Moon Bay land, but there is an agreement between the city and the county that the county would build the previous bridge that exists now and maintain it. And at this point, there's no change in that. So while the City of Half Moon Bay may have involvement in this, it is being driven primarily by the county. We're also sending a copy to Coastal Commission staff analyst Eric Martinez, who is the one handling the CDD application from the county, and of course a carbon copy to Supervisor Horsley. I'm not going to read the letter, but as the letter starts off with, the major concern I have, and I believe most of the council has, is the massive amount of armoring that the county has proposed for this project. Especially in the time of sea level rise, armoring just seems like a really bad solution It's likely to cause, even if it did not cause lensing action further back into the creek, if the rock slope protection, aka riprap, was reduced. As we've seen, the protection that was placed just north of this, the emergency protection along Murata Road, has greatly accelerated the erosion at this bridge. And has actually, in fact, resulted in removal of some of the riprap that was placed by the Tumadio condo project to protect their parking lot. And as I mentioned, the Coastal Commission staff is now taking the position that armoring creeks is very similar to armoring coastal bluffs. They do not like it. If you do it, you have to have a proposal to remove it. That occurred at the Arbor Lane House project, the last buildable lot on Arbor Lane recently. So we have plenty of evidence the Coastal Commission doesn't want more armoring. And we address that in this letter. So the long and short of it is that I am requesting, and I hope the council agrees with me, that the county plan on moving the bridge now rather than building a replacement, which is going to have a relatively short time to be as is without damage. County is claiming as long as 40 years. I have significant doubts about that. I'm not a structural engineer or hydrological engineer to prove it. But it does seem that it's time to start accepting managed retreat and move this trail further back. And of course, there's also the alternative solution, which I don't mention in this letter, which is to leave the coastal trail as it is with the detour, something that I think nobody is happy with. So that's why I did not address it. And at the very end of the letter, in this last paragraph, again, I raised the possibility that if the bridge abutments could be moved further back, then there should be much less need, perhaps no need, for any armoring to protect the abutments. There are some engineering challenges, but there have been quite a few bridge designs that overcome similar challenges, and therefore I believe it's feasible to do that. But not being a structural engineer or bridge engineer, I'm not going to try and design it. I'm just mentioning that as a alternative. It still has the problem that it's going to be a relatively short-term solution. And so if that is done, the county, in my opinion, should still be looking at starting the design for the bridge being moved back, because it will not be able to stay here forever. So that's all I have to say. I have talked to people about this before on the 12th. And as Len mentioned, Dawn had requested that we delay this until he and or Jim Porter can be out at our meeting. My feeling is that when Jim Porter and his staff were here on August 12th, they didn't even bother to mention that they had already submitted plans and were plowing ahead with the CDP. So I don't think having DPW staff out here is likely to change this letter in any way. Len, do you want me to manage the first round of council on this, or do you want to do it?
I'd like to join in as co-sponsor of this.
Absolutely, Claire.
To me, the most important part of this letter or this statement from the council is our concern about the implications of armoring. That's the point that I think we really need to make most strongly. I don't think the MCC should be responsible for telling them what else they could do instead. I mean, we can tell them what else they could do instead, but I think that's got to be the decision of the people who are building the bridge. There's two suggestions here. There was also a suggestion that Joanne Brooks made earlier. There are various ways of addressing this. The point that I think we need to focus on is the way that they are proposing to address it is not preferable, is not acceptable.
Yes. And I see we seem to have lost Len. No, he's still there. Just don't have any video from him. So since I'm not hearing his voice, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Dan next.
I think something.
I was muted, Dave. I was trying to do this, so
Okay, go ahead, Len.
Okay. Barbara Mathewson, do you have comments, questions? In between bites.
You busted me. I'm starving. No, I support the letter.
Okay. Dan.
Yeah, so as I've said in the past, I don't think that there's been sufficient. There's many different methods of armoring. Riprap is usually the first go-to, and there's a lot of known negatives towards riprap, although that's not the only method that has been used or is being currently used up and down the coast. So I would like to request a study session on the different methods, and I'd like it to be very in-depth and to have experts answer questions that I have regarding the alternative methods of armoring, the pros and cons. I mean, it runs the gamut from adding sand to soil nailing, gabion walls, and any combination of the other. I think essentially from what I've understood as far as armoring, you have the typical riprap. The waves crash up, the riprap slows it down, but the water from the ocean waves eventually kind of deteriorate behind the and there's acceleration of the water movement that increases the wearing out of the soil behind. And then we've also got the option of cement treated soil, engineered soil. And so I think the main objective is to come up with a plan that can really soften, starting out with sand, really soften that energy from the wave, deteriorating increasing the erosion. So I think that there should be an in-depth study of options, which I have not witnessed, educating the community on all alternatives. And I'm probably not going to vote for the letter. I think it's premature.
So just to summarize, what you're saying is you look for a further session to study the issue.
Yeah, I will not vote for the letter.
No, that's. But I'm just trying to get your sense of where you're at. Michelle, go ahead.
Yes, I think this is a well-written letter. I like Claire's point about us not specifically telling the county or the Coastal Commission where to put the bridge, but just expressing the issues that we have with its current location. And so I am in support of the letter.
Okay. So as I said at the start of this item, in speaking with Supervisor Horsley, he would like to have the opportunity to bring not just DPW itself, but county resources to talk further on this before the before the council makes its decision. So to support his request, because I will be asking for a motion to submit the letter, I will make an amendment to that effect, which we can vote on. So that's where we'll go next. Now, at this point, I'd like to get a motion to accept the letter so we can continue discussion.
We have comments.
One other point I wanted to make that I had forgotten to make, that you and I had talked about, and I've also talked about with other people. And it did come up at the August 12th meeting. I think we mentioned it briefly at the last meeting. And that's that any alternative plan short of just replacing the bridge without armoring will undoubtedly lead to a longer closure of the bridge and a longer detour, and the detour lasting longer. It may or may not affect the actual completion date. The county's completion date, given what they're trying to do of next year, is actually pretty aggressive. But there is certainly a likelihood that if the bridge is moved, it will take longer to complete the project.
Yeah, the county's estimates just by verbal communication is at least 3 years.
Len?
Yes, Dan?
It's late. I want to go to bed, but more important than that is I really would like to hear the community input before we make it.
I want to have a motion to accept it, then we'll go to community input.
I think you're premature. Let's please, let's have community input first.
No.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
No, you have to have a motion
before
on
you
the
vote
table.
on it. I sat here for 3 hours waiting for this.
So
let's have some input before you vote.
We're not voting, we're moving.
Motion on the table.
What's that? What did you say, Dave?
We're not voting, we're just putting the motion on the table.
Correct. So we
can discuss it.
Yes. Okay.
Excuse me then. Excuse me. Explain that to me. Are you going to vote on it tonight?
No. But when we put the motion forward, that's with the intention of voting on this tonight.
All right. Thank you.
Once it's moved and seconded, then we'll have discussion.
I still think you're putting a cart before the horse.
And I understand you.
And I agree with Dan.
What's that?
I agree with Dan.
Who was this?
This is Kevin Cottrell from El
Oh, I'm
Granada.
sorry. Okay, but the council is working with its procedures on this, so I'd like you to respect them. So
I'll make a move. We put the motion on the table.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
I will second. Oh, sorry.
It's moved and seconded. I would like to make an amendment, a move to have an amendment to not send this addition to the Coastal Commission, but just to Supervisor Horsley and DPW.
I don't understand why we're not sending it to the Coastal Commission.
Because the supervisor asked us to consider not doing that till we have further discussion.
Are these two separate motions or what? I don't.
Oh, one's an amendment to the, it's just basically that the
That's
letter.
a major amendment.
Yeah.
Discussion from the community, please.
Oh, hold it. Okay. I will go to the, that's the nature of that amendment, but we'll
So
hold
we're
it.
kind of moving to approve the letter, but to not approve the
No,
letter. It seems kind of weird.
Yes.
We're moving to discuss the letter now. Okay, we're going to take community input and then back to the council. Is that acceptable to everybody? Okay. I do not see any hands raised in the community, but I know there are people who have.
There is one hand I see.
Actually, we have a list of
There we go.
people in order of
Got
when
it.
they expressed that they
Right.
would like to speak.
Wait,
First
could you go
person-
through the list then, Michelle?
Yeah, Ethan Miller.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is the worst half of Karen, as we discussed earlier. So we've been here, we're on Alameda. We are, my kids were raised both in 438 Alameda and 408 Alameda. 408 is on the corner of Alameda and Medio. We've been here 23 years. I'd like to start off by simply saying this took us by surprise. No one reached out to us Not the county, not MCC, nobody reached out to us. This proposal, and by this proposal, I mean the alternative of Alameda Avenue, would do incredible harm to our neighborhood. We have a very quiet neighborhood right now, and we would have upwards of 1,000 people, maybe more a day, going within 5 feet, 10 feet of our windows, and right up against our driveways. With the COVID situation in San Mateo County on the coast right now, Medio Avenue in particular has been incredibly impacted. And we have people every day, 50 to 100 riding their bikes down our little street looking for a crossing to get over. Let me say that I'm not saying, never, no how, no way in our front yard. But what I am hearing is that there is an alternative, which is the existing location, albeit with some changes. And in fact, I appreciate Dave's proposal to, if the bridge is extended lengthwise, it may work even better. I would also acknowledge Dan's comment and second it, that more study needs to be done. I didn't know until 3 weeks ago what exactly was in store on our little street. I'm not an expert in this, but it seems to me that more time needs to be undertaken if we're going to do something as drastic as upending our neighborhood. And I will say that the time that it would take to get through all of the litigation, all of the disputes for eminent domain, all of the riparian issues on a new crossing on Medio would be enormous compared with what should be location of the coastal trail as a coastal trail, even if that is only for 40 years. And I think that even itself is speculative. I would also reiterate what I said earlier, that this is not about sea level rise. This is the Army Corps' problem. The Army Corps made an artificial construct in the harbor. And so in response, it is not unreasonable to have further artificial remedies, including if it has to be soil nails, if it has to be some riprap to protect the abutments. So to simply say, let managed retreat take over, to hell with all of Murata, to hell with Miramar, when we caused that, men and women, man caused that. It's not a natural phenomenon. So I would simply ask that we take a deep breath and get the studies done that will tell us whether there is a lens effect. I find that hard to believe, particularly if, as Davis suggested, we may be able to lengthen the bridge so that the abutments are not as close, for instance. All of these issues, I would suggest that we find a solution. Eminent domain, if you're going to try to go down that road, eminent domain requires a necessity. The mere fact that we have options shows that putting it down Alameda and trying to take over people's property that has been here for 30 or 40 years is not necessary. So please, let's take some time.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, who's next up?
Okay, so next on the list is Chris Johnson.
And who's after that?
It would be Patrick Tierney.
Okay, thank
and then
you.
Lisa Ketchum.
Okay, so Chris Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks, Len. So I support the letter. There's no proposal. It's an idea. There's a couple of ideas in the letter. And to me, that's what I want to hear. I want to hear a lot of ideas and then be able to choose the best idea. And we're 15 miles from supposedly the vortex of innovation. and we can't figure out how to manage the engineering required for drainage to get an underpass somewhere where it's obviously needed, and we can't think of anything better for this situation, I reject that. And I would like to see a slew of ideas that maybe there's a combination of several ideas that can work together, because I'm sympathetic to the folks on Alameda. However, I would just present this kind of rhetorical question. If you didn't live on Alameda or Murata, and you're a taxpayer and you were being asked to support a project that has a limited lifespan, or think about a more longer term solution, I think you would be interested in the longer term solution. So, like I said, I'm sympathetic, but I need to hear more ideas, and these are ideas that are being presented. And I think that, and I know this is going to ruffle some feathers, but I think the people that need to take a breath are the people that are on Alameda that are getting upset. This is an idea that has been presented with a few other ideas. The working proposal on the table is to up armor the bridge. Okay, so there's nothing being rammed down anybody's throat. The proposal on the table is to up armor the bridge. That is the proposal on the table. Other ideas are being explored. And the last thing I want to say is, the MCC has been around since the 90s. They meet twice a week.
Twice a month.
Excuse me. You're right. Sometimes it feels like twice a week, Len. Yes, thank you. Twice a month, we've been discussing safe crossings, the detour, of coastal erosion, Murata Road for years. And so, I want to see people who feel an investment in this issue at the meetings, participating when ideas are being proposed, running for MCC, being involved in more than just a single meeting where there's outrage about something being forced down people's throats, which is actually not happening. So I'm sorry, long-winded. I support the letter as a catalog of asking for something else and supplying some additional ideas.
So, Kristen, I'd like clarification of what you just said. The letter specifically says the MCC requests that the bridge be built further inland, period. There is a paragraph at the end that says a less desirable but possible easier alternative is in place with a longer bridge.
Yeah.
And so the question I have for Dave is, do you consider this really to be a two-pronged letter asking both to be looked at, or is it explicitly to ask that the bridge be built further inland?
I mean, that's a good clarification, Len. I'm curious about the answer.
So my strong preference is that the bridge be built further inland. The issue of the longer time frame is a real one. And I will also take this opportunity to chime in and say, I am not suggesting eminent domain. That is the last thing almost any government wants to do. They would first pursue purchasing an easement or even purchasing a piece of the property long before they would ever go to the route of eminent domain.
In respect to time, I suggest that we listen to the last community comments and table this item.
Okay, well, we'll take that up next. So Patrick Tierney, I believe you're next.
Yes, good evening, council members. I appreciate your work on this. My wife and I have a house at 241 Murata Road that we have experienced already with the closure of the bridge and the detour, a significant increase in the traffic on South Murata Road. That is south of Medio Creek. This has caused us a lot of dangerous situations. And now tonight, I see that a new proposed trail alignment is 6 feet from my house. 6 feet. Now it could be 20 feet, hard to say, 20 feet. That's pretty darn close. And I would appreciate having more time to discuss this. I think this is impacting people on Murata and on Alameda. And when I see a letter that, or your website that has drawings on it that you are exploring, quote unquote, that's more than exploring, that's identifying specific routes. And these specific routes come down Alameda or right next to our house. To me, that's shoving it down our throats. Unless there is a lot more discussion on this topic. So I strongly urge the Midcoast Community Council to delay sending the letter to the Coastal Commission, which I'm understanding the commissioner has finally agreed to. We've been pushing for this for a while. And I also think that the discussion of the bridge needs to be placed in a larger context of what are we going to do with all of Murata Road. That is North Murata, near the Bach and near the restaurant. It's a matter of equity. Why should some houses on Murata be allowed to fall into the ocean while other houses are supported by the county program?
Okay, so thank you, Patrick. We've reached our 3-minute limit.
Okay, can I finish up now that I know my 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Okay, so to convene the plan and support the county's letter, it'll be better for all of us. A bridge at the location is my preference, and I think that that would give us the time we need, 20 years, to identify the real needs for this entire area here. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next up, I believe, is Lisa Ketchum. And is there someone after that, Michelle?
Someone, it looks like, has raised their hands.
Michelle.
Yes.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you, Lisa Ketchum. I support the letter. I also support copying the Coastal Commission staff on this letter. This is a routine thing that the council does when it involves the Coastal Commission. And I also, Supervisor Horsley copied me on his email to the council, some council members today, saying he would prefer the letter go to the county, but you are free to copy the Coastal Commission staff. As far as the creek setback, I just wanted to point out that if they look again at Alameda or some other route across there at any of the streets, basically the private property owners, the LCP has a 30-foot setback from the center line of the creek. If you own property up to the creek, you cannot develop within 30 feet of the center line of that creek. You can't build anything there. You can't park your car there. Basically, you can't really use it. Whereas the LCP allows a public trail in that area. As far as the, and also the other thing to consider is that the southern segment there by the condos is in imminent need to be rerouted anyway. And so that's going to already end up on Murata Road in the vicinity of Alameda. Okay, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next in is Michelle Hogg.
Hi, it's actually Alec Hogg.
Okay.
Out here tonight. Thank you for allowing me to ask a couple questions. I am consistent with the feedback that all the other neighborhood residents have provided. The only people that I hear speaking here are Miramar. And then I hear suggestions from people from other neighborhoods that we go ahead and build first a trail and then a bridge, because it's not a little path, which the Coastside Trail is in many places. This is a substantial bridge. So the question I'd have for you, Len, and the rest of the MCC would be, and I wrote some of this in the letter I sent you today, is why isn't there more analysis of a more holistic plan here? If you're going to take 3 years, let's say best case, to build the bridge in a different place than where it is now, and it could take 5 to 6 years or longer, why isn't there more and the ocean is rising, everybody here acknowledges that. Why isn't there more analysis of what does the community really need? We waited for 3 hours listening to all the issues in the community about transport, not all, and a fire hazard. And we're saying, let's just rebuild this bridge really quickly, even though it'll cost a lot of money to replace it and will be a really significant disruption to people's lives. This is the only place that I know of that the Coast Trail goes through a community and would actually result in the taking of land potentially, because nobody wants to give the land. So why isn't there, as Dan suggests, Dan Haggerty, an effort to really research, instead of sending a letter that you say has no suggestion, but you go to the website, as Pat pointed out there, and does have a suggestion, why isn't there a more methodical participation from the community with us? And I acknowledge from Chris that, you know, maybe we need to participate more, but what a big decision like this, which would say, let's just close down the current trail for a few years to 5 years. Let's run over the local residents' property and property rights, because that's what you are saying. And by the way, I don't know who said that, Chris. I don't know. Are we considering building a trail in your house? I don't know where you live. So it's not a mild thing. So the question, Len, is why aren't you, instead of sending a letter, taking an action as an emergency decision to really analyze what the options are and what's best for the community? Because best for the community.
Yeah, let me answer that question directly. In taking up this matter, we've received, all of the documents involved in the development of this plan, and it's clear that the county began this work early this year, early 2020, and also that they made no effort to bring it forward as a discussion. So the fact that we're really looking at it at the 11th hour, if you will, it is really entirely on, I believe, the Department of Public Works, because they know where we are, and they specifically did not bring this information forward, which would have sparked the discussion in a more timely fashion. So that's my answer to that point.
But Len, if that's the case, then just because they had a transgression, why are you making any recommendation to resolution other than saying stop and let's analyze a better solution?
That's what I mean, I've communicated more recently than Lisa had with Supervisor Horsley, but I think that was his goal.
But then could you take the recommendation of the Alameda recommendation off your website? Because that's essentially what it becomes a fait accompli.
No, you're talking about what's in this letter, right?
Sorry, what's in the plan that, what's in the plan, I'm sorry, what's in the plan that I think Dave Olson's been showing the last two meetings? He's higgledy-piggledy as far as I'm concerned.
Hold on, but I'm just going to get Joanne Brooks' comment, and then we'll bring it back to the council for further
Why
discussion.
can't we draw a trail across First Avenue, Second Avenue, Alameda Avenue? Because some of those connections are easier than the Alameda Avenue one. And I'm actually don't want any of those, but I'm just saying you're not looking at all options.
You want to speak to that, Dave?
Len, just real quick.
That was a question to Dave.
Just real quick, the point was made by Mr. Hogg. There was no discussion. Okay, we want discussion.
I felt I answered the question as to why it happened this way.
Well, I understand, but I just want to be very clear. There was no discussion.
Nobody.
And the community wants discussion.
Well,
so
hold on.
I'll address both questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
And a few others as well. The discussion is occurring now. The discussion started with our August 12th meeting when DPW came out after they closed the bridge. Discussion started in the community immediately when the county closed the bridge with no advance notice.
Sorry, adequate discussion. That's what I should have said.
Dan,
if you can talk.
Finish.
Trying to save time.
Well, if you will stop interrupting, it will save time.
If you let me speak, it's even better.
Go ahead, Dave.
I want to ask Dan if he's done.
Yes, thank you.
So there was discussion at our previous meeting. There's discussion at this meeting. I want to make clear to the community something that was not clear to me until the last few weeks, which is this project is not an appealable project. The county is doing this under an extension to an earlier CDP outstanding with the Coastal Commission. So this will not go to the Planning Commission as most projects like this normally go. And because there is no county involvement, there is no appeal process. Therefore, something needs to get to county staff and the Coastal Commission quickly before this CDP is finalized. This is not the last chance to do anything, but it is getting, as Glenn said, near the 11th hour on this. And of course, everybody in the community is more than welcome to comment to Coastal Commission staff on this project. Presentations on the MCC website are for discussion. They're to provoke discussion. They are not part of the letter. They do not go to the Coastal Commission. They're not going to the DPW. They may look at them, but they are not part of the letter.
Okay. In
addition to
communication, in communication with the Coastal Commission staff as they look at this, which they're fairly open, it appears that their target is to bring this forward to decision in a March timeframe.
I think to add, as a co-sponsor of this, I would like to add to what Dave just said, in that we do not approve anything. We don't have any power over this bridge that anybody else doesn't have. When you ask us not to do XYZ, we're not doing XYZ. We're commenting. And everybody else has a right to comment individually if they disagree with what we have decided to comment.
My problem with that is, like I said, 20 years ago, I came before you to have my construction approved, and we conformed in every way, shape, and form with the LCP, the 30-foot setback, everything else, and went way beyond that. So I understand the constraint, and I honor the constraints and restrictions. But last week, 2 weeks ago, last meeting, when you spoke, you weren't aware, Claire, of some of the location. You actually asked, you were calling it the Alameda, and you weren't even aware of some of the location pieces, but we're still drawing lines on maps. And as soon as a line is drawn on a map on your website and you are representative, you are elected representatives of our community, it's indicating that you represent the communities, your voice for the community. And what you're hearing here pretty clearly, and one of your colleagues, Dan Haggerty, is saying is the community has not spoken. You have not gathered the community's input. And
But you're here now.
Well, no, but you're co-sponsoring a letter that you based on Dave Olson giving input, and I respect Dave's work. I respect all your work and time on this, but this is a new issue, and it really, other than the fact that you're saying that this was a project that the county put forward, or the DPW put forward, and needs to be checked before they go forward with it, I think everything else beyond that is overstepping and really violating some of the trust we have in you as our representatives.
Okay.
The letter says Alameda Avenue.
So,
the
excuse
letter
me.
recommends Alameda Avenue.
Okay.
That should not be.
Excuse me. We have other members of the public who want to comment. We'll go to Joanne Brooks.
Hi. Has anybody thought about just leaving the detour, or at least part of it, permanent? So you get to Miramar and Highway 1, put a safe crossing, light crosswalk, and then move the barricades to the east side in an area where it's not taking over people's property. So you're just basically rerouting the trail, and now you're heading in the direction you're supposed to be going, and you can combine some projects. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Amen. Great idea.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay. And
Okay.
one thing is that Miramar people, you've got to get involved. I was there last week, and that was the first time I think they had much input from our neighborhood. So
Thank you. Okay, next is Karen.
I believe Karen was Ethan Miller was speaking.
Yeah, no,
Did
I already spoke. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that hand is down. Great. Okay. I don't see any other members of the public. So I'm going to bring it back for consideration to the council. I believe at this point, Robin and Pat, you've already spoken. Is there something more you want to bring up?
One quick point. Tonight is the first time that we have seen the route go not on Alameda, but through private property. The first time. You haven't given us the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dan, we're coming back to the council, so you don't need to have your hand up for this. So we have the motion on the floor, which can be voted on, can be amended. And we've also had one member who requested we continue it to another session. So given those options, I'd just like council members to give feedback on their considerations for next steps.
Well, we have an outstanding proposed amendment with no second from you.
Yeah.
That's the first order of business to discuss and decide.
Basically, at this point, I'm going to withdraw the amendment because I think its spirit is best accomplished by adjourning the discussion to a meeting on another date. So
I agree with you, Len.
well, so but basically, given then our options are either to continue the discussion and vote or to continue the discussion to a future meeting. I'd like to just get people to speak to that in a straw poll. And I'd like to start with Michelle.
Yeah, I appreciate the concerns by the members of the community, you know, and I'm glad that we're getting some people from Miramar coming to our meetings now. I do think this has been the opportunity to discuss this, and you know, it's been on our agenda last meeting and this meeting, and I think that just because we're sending a letter doesn't mean that that is what it's going to happen. You know, we're giving our input and expressing our concerns. So I am in favor of the letter, and I would vote for the letter if it were to come before the council tonight.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Next is Dan. I think you've stated your preference.
I will not vote for the letter. Yes. Vote no. Yes.
You'd also be in favor of postponing discussion to the next meeting, right?
Discussion is good. Yes.
Let's discuss.
Lots of discussion. Yes.
Okay.
Wide discussion.
Gotcha. Barbara Matthewson.
I'm going to agree with Michelle. It's just, we've talked about it, and it's just an idea. There'll be plenty more times to talk about it. I think the sooner we get our, at least our concerns to the county, the better. So.
Okay. Dave.
Agree.
Okay. Understand. Claire.
Agree with Michelle, Dan, and Dave. No, I'm sorry. Michelle, Dave, and Barbara.
Gotcha. Okay. For myself, I feel there's actually, well, there's one other option or consideration to bring up. Basically, the supervisor asked to bring people of the county to have further discussion of this. And I believe it is the case that even if we were to go ahead and pass this letter as written, that I'm assuming we would accept the request of the supervisor to have further discussion, assuming that he could bring in other county people to speak to it. So
of course, this is not the end of it.
but we have a relatively crowded schedule, if you will. And basically what the supervisor requested is give me dates when that meeting could occur. So I would like to understand before I sort of register my final opinion is, regardless of the vote, who is in favor of bringing this up at a future meeting? Yeah, I'd like people to speak to that. So I'll start this time with Claire.
We're always happy to hear from Don.
Okay.
He probably wasn't aware that we'd already discussed this with DPW. I'd always like to talk to Don, but I think that there's no reason why talking to Don needs to delay this letter.
No, but we're saying we would schedule it. Okay, Dave?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to hear from DPW or other county staff and Dawn.
Gotcha. Okay, Barbara? You're mute, Barbara. Barbara, you're mute.
I got it. I got it.
Okay.
it. I'm on fumes right now.
I
I
hear you.
don't,
So this is open to agendize.
whatever everybody wants.
Okay. Dan, I'm assuming you're in favor of that. Michelle?
I'm open to hearing about it.
Hello, wait a second.
Yeah?
You don't
So-
want to let me answer?
Go ahead.
Glenn?
Yep.
Can I answer?
Sure. Just say
All right.
anything.
So, I've always said the whole night that I'm open for more discussion.
Very good.
And I want to know that whatever discussion happens in the future is adequate, and that the Department of Public Works provides opportunity for a full disclosure of all of the options, and that's what I'm interested in. So yes, more discussion. I think we're wasting a lot of time right now, but go ahead, continue, and let's just close this agenda item.
And Michelle?
Yes, I'm open for more discussion, but I am concerned about when that would be, considering I do not want to have meetings that go till 11 p.m.
Understand. So basically, I will go ahead and take that step after we vote on this. The way I count our straw poll is there's at least 4 votes in favor. For myself, I've spent individual time talking to bridge vendors about the type of option Dave has proposed as an interim, and have continuing interest in that, at least as a side interest. So that said, I would like to go ahead and have Claire call the vote on the amendment.
Not on the amendment, but on
Sorry, not on the amendment, on the motion itself.
Okay, Len Erickson.
I'm.
Excuse me. Can you go ahead and read the amendment or read the motion? Just so we all know what we're voting on.
We're moving to approve sending the letter that we've just been discussing.
As written. Okay, and that is basically sending it to Supervisor Horsley and DPW, copy to Supervisor Horsley, copy to the Coastal Commission.
As proposed.
That's right.
So Len, I know you want to go last. So Dan?
No.
Barbara?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
I vote yes. Michelle?
Yes.
Len?
No.
Okay. Motion passes 4-2.
So at this point, then I want to go directly to confirm a date for another meeting.
I vote for disbanding them.
To vote for another meeting on the topic, and I would suggest we can either.
That's what I do. I disband them.
So.
Hey, you're not on mute.
Go ahead and mute them. Basically, I would, we can meet next Wednesday or the following Wednesday. The following Wednesday is.
No special meeting, please. No special.
No, it would have to be to do this.
Can we do the next agenda item, and you could do this as part of future agendas or something?
Very good. We'll continue with the meeting then. Okay. So moving on to agenda item 4D. Claire or Michelle, could you take us into it?
Yeah, I think that this will be fairly brief. If you recall, at our last meeting, we discussed Caltrans' proposal for the traffic improvement plan. There was considerable community opposition to the variable signage that they were proposing. This letter does say that we do not support the signage that they have proposed. We do, however, say that if we did have any signage, it would have to be for emergency and urgent communications only, not for the things that they wanted to put on there, which is weather reports and information about how long it takes to get to Pacifica and that sort of thing. We're asking that they either don't do the signage at all, or that be very modified and addressing only emergencies, as in evacuations. We also understand that they may not be able to comply with what we're asking for because of their funding mechanisms, but that is what we want. We do not want the signs as proposed.
Okay. Did you make any comments about better aesthetics on the sign or just on the functional use?
We made comments about lighting. We made comments about where to place the signs. We did not want them to be in more rural locations as they proposed.
Okay. Okay. Let's go through the council for clarifying questions. We have Claire. So Dave,
No clarifying questions.
Barbara,
I like the letter, no clarifying questions.
thank you. Dan,
I'd like it to be stronger to say, just we clearly that we do not want the build as designed.
okay. I'm comfortable with it as written, and we just have Michelle and Claire who wrote that.
I'd like to make amendment.
We need a motion to.
I'd like to make an amendment.
No, we have to make the motion to accept the letter first.
I so move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Okay, that said, I'd like to first just see if there's any comment from the community. I do not see any hands up there, so we'll soon not. Okay. Dan, did you have, we'll just go through for comments or amendments. Dan, you're up.
Yes, I'd like to amend that we start out the letter with simply, we do not want simply that we oppose the build as designed.
Okay, that's what you like said. Is there a second for the motion? Okay, having no second, the
Really?
We
Everybody
already
opposed?
state that in the section that I highlighted. We do not, however, need or want signage as proposed by Caltrans. So I would not second that.
No, what I say is more complete. It clearly states that as designed, we do not approve it.
That's what it says. That's all you want to say. That's all you
I want to be very clear.
Help.
And your motion died for lack of a second.
We're still in discussion, Dave.
We've stopped
We're
discussing
still in
that amendment.
discussion.
Dan, there was no second for your motion.
I heard some discussion, but there was
We're listening.
more than one person talking at the same time. I could not hear what was said. So I would like to ask, please, the people that had comments to repeat them.
Oh, Dan, you made an amendment motion. The next step is to wait for a second for that amendment motion, and there's no second.
Hey, Len, you're forgetting about discussion.
Dan, under rules of order that we follow.
No, allow for discussion, please.
We have allowed for discussion, Dan, under the rules.
I was trying to listen to the discussion and I was not able to hear it because more than one person was talking at the same time.
There was no discussion until after your motion died for lack of a second. Therefore, there will be no more discussion on your amendment. It doesn't mean.
If everybody in the council is in agreement with that, I am fine.
If they had wanted the motion, they would have seconded it.
Listen, Len, I'm pretty much upset with your consistent interruption.
I'm going to call the question.
And there's a lot of that going on. So I just want to be very clear that everybody hears what is being said. And when two people are talking at the same time, I cannot hear what is being said.
Okay. So can you hear me now, Dan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you made a motion. I called for a second. Nobody responded with a second.
Yeah, I heard all of that.
Then the motion for the amendment fails and there's no further discussion on it. That's
As
other-
long as there's no other comments from the rest of the council, I'm fine with that, okay?
okay. I see no hands up or indication from further discussion from the council. Okay. So is there any, I think we've had discussion. Did you want to call for the question, Claire?
We should call for community comment just for completeness.
I'd already done that, I thought.
No, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that was, no, after we went around, there was nobody who raised a hand. Okay. And there's still nobody raising a hand. Okay, so back to the council. So I think we're ready to vote. Claire, call the roll.
Me. We're voting on approving the letter as written and as addressed. Dan,
Can you come back to me, please?
Barbara,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
I vote yes. Michelle,
Yes.
Dan,
Go with the council, yes.
Len,
Yes.
okay, it passes 6-0.
Okay. Finishes that one. Okay, next is any comments or input from meetings that have been held? I've already reported on meetings that were held on the highway issues. Does anybody else have anything else to report?
Have a brief report on the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission from yesterday.
Go ahead.
They heard a proposal, the county has started a proposal to close the old dump that's north of the Seymour Ditch, which is still a county responsibility. The application that was filed was strictly for boring permits to check the state of the dump and the state of the beach. But the report that was filed as part of the application says that the county's preferred solution is part of the county's preferred solution is to armor the bluffs to keep any of the dump from washing out. I spoke as a private citizen against that proposal. That will be coming back multiple times, I'm sure.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Next, in terms of future agendas, for the next meeting, and I think this would require a motion as well. November 11th is a government holiday. So I was proposing to cancel that meeting and to call a special meeting on the 18th, which will basically just be to replace the meeting canceled on the 11th. And on that agenda at this point are Jonathan Cox talking about primarily evacuation and fire emergencies, and an update from county parks, as well as reporting on the election, which will have been completed at that point. And so from discussion here, we could add discussion of the Medio Bridge replacement if we wanted to do that. And the supervisor wanted to bring further discussion forward. So,
yeah, I don't think we need a vote on moving the meeting, but it's worth checking to make sure everybody is available.
I sent an email on that and didn't get any responses. Does anybody has a comment there, raise your hand. Sid, you have your hand up?
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that I saw Coastside Fire Protection District is going to have a virtual grand opening on the 18th. So I don't remember the date,
That's
I
in,
mean,
it's
the
in the
time of it,
morning.
but
Sid, that's in the morning.
okay, good.
Okay, so I think we're good with that, and we'll convey to Supervisor Horsley the interest in having a meeting that on the agenda for the 18th.
Len, this is Michelle. How many different items are we going to have on the agenda that day?
The major items we have are Cal Fire, Jonathan Cox, Nicholas Calderon, primarily on parks and trails and probably some things on fire. Report on the election results. And then this would be the other item on the agenda.
Have the bridge on, right? Are you going to have the bridge on there too?
That's what we're talking about.
My personal preference would be not to have the bridge because like I said, this is very tough for me. And I think a lot of us to have meetings that go this long. So I think we should have no more than 2 major topics on that agenda, on that meeting agenda.
Okay. Well, as I said, it's not really coming forward, I guess, in the final stage for the commission until into next year. So the next date, if we wanted to stay with a regular meeting, would be on December 9th, when we have election of officers, future plans, etc. I would prefer to see it on the 18th and think we could put that in, but I'll go with the will of the council.
Do others want to weigh in?
Just do a
I
straw
would
poll.
prefer to keep our meeting shorter too. I am really dragging, and Dan, I apologize for shouting at you. I am just worn out.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay. So, Barbara, Claire, if you have a feeling that you would like it on the 18th, speak up or let me know you don't.
I think we need to prioritize what we want to deal with and put limits on the extent we want to deal with things that are not prioritized. And I agree with Michelle, we're just trying to do too much. And it gets really harried and everybody gets upset and it's not worth it.
Okay. I think the Nicholas coming as well is sort of more of an overall update at this point. So
we don't need overall updates. I'm sorry.
No, we don't.
Yeah, I mean, there's fire and other things as well. I think we've got the report on the opening of the Moss Beach Park already. Okay, so we'll defer that one, and then we will have Jonathan Cox and then the Medio Bridge replacement.
So for me, I actually would prefer to have Nicholas Calderon. I think there are a lot of things we should, for me, I'd like to hear from him on the Moss Beach Park. I have questions on that. As well as, I don't know if he'd speak to the pump track, but I also have questions about the opening of the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve. So my vote would be to actually prioritize Nicholas Calderon over talking about the Medio Bridge again.
Okay. Well, I guess the question, we've all said we are open to having that meeting, so then that would leave December 9th as the next opportunity.
Let's see where we are at that point.
Well, I think, no, this supervisor asked for dates, so I do think we should give him one, or else just say we're not meeting. So that December 9th is the last available date.
Won't he be at that meeting anyway to swear in new council members?
Yes, he will.
Okay.
But this would be bringing other people to speak as well.
Well, maybe he could say a few words about the bridge.
No, I think
I don't think he was aware that we had already met at some length with.
No, I think I made him aware of the situation well enough that he is. So I think if he were to hold a meeting, he would want to bring other people to speak.
And I think that would make sense for that December meeting.
Okay, then I'll provide him with that date.
What date is that?
Oh, Len?
Yes, Dan?
Go ahead, Mr. Hogg.
What date? You guys have gone back and forth on a few dates, and I was looking at calendars.
What we just said is that we would bring it back with further input from the supervisor and staff on December 9th.
Okay, and that would be the next conversation around the bridge.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. Thanks for your patience too. Okay, motion to adjourn.
Nope. Len,
Sorry, Dan, what you got?
I want to remind you that community member Keith Mangold wanted to give a presentation on Crown ground fire. And it was supposed to happen tonight, but it was.
I never got any email from you about that, Dan, so it was off my radar. So
No. You.
I did not. Anyway, my bad if I missed it. Okay, go ahead.
It should be on the line for the next. It needs to happen.
I was
Okay.
interested in wrapping up fire with Jonathan coming as well. So if we had both Jonathan and Keith next week, in addition to Nicholas, I think that could make sense. And it'd be in the same topic area.
Okay, very good. And I am in agreement with the rest of the council that we need to not have these meetings go to 11:15 p.m.
Okay, so you can help us understand how to help keep the questions.
Oh,
concise.
absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Sounds good. Now are we ready to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Night.
Bye.